Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. Despite whatever experiences you may be having, please know that all difficulties shall pass, and whatever you are feeling is a perfectly valid expression of that. May you find peace and relaxation here. I hope to be your humble servant, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. I'd love to begin with setting an intention. May this space be one for us to come together as fellow students of life, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc., to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Hello, dear Kali. Dear Ragnivaldor, you ask if I'm a shaman. Oh, I would love to learn from shamans one day. I don't think I can compare myself to them by any means. Namaskar, dear dancing aurora borealis. I'd also love to set an invocation or chant an invocation from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishads. Goes something like this. Aum Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om, may there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Is that Star Talk? It is Star Talk. Hello. Namaste, dear I Am Princess Mom. Thank you for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Lily Moore, thank you for your heart me too. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Thank you for your likes, dear Ragnivaldar. And thank you for yours too. And another octet of roses, dear Lilimor. Harihi Om Tatsat. Hello, dear Carol. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Star Talk. How are you all doing at this moment? How are we feeling? You are welcome not to share if you don't want to, of course. But I'd love to know what kind of energies to hold space for today. Hello, dear Sarah. I'm doing well, thank you. Do I ever have a bad day? Of course. But even bad days, you can be positive. Don't let a bad day reach inside. The world can be all hectic around you, but if you remain calm within, nothing can touch your heart. Hello, dear Yusura. What's today's topic? I don't know. Whatever you want to talk about. You're good, BT? Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Do I have any wisdom for you? Well, I don't know if I have any wisdom. But if I'm just going off vibes, make sure that your enjoyment of food becomes one that you share with others in your life. Use that as an opportunity to connect with those around you. Hello, dear Josie. You shared that you have a cold, but it's manageable. I'm happy to hear that you are managing it. Dear Lassie, you ask, can we speak of how to avoid spiritual narcissism? Are you asking if how we can be humble in our spiritual pursuit and make sure that our spiritual path leads one into a kind of understanding of equality among others, regardless of where others are in their spiritual journeys? Is that the underlying question? You're very good and peaceful, dear Liz. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, dear Sarah. You are grateful to be alive and well, dear Talia. Tyla. I realized I don't think I've asked you if there's a preferred pronunciation. Please tell me if there is. And thank you, dear Kali, for your heart meme. Jai Sitaram. You're doing well. Life is a miracle. I agree, Lily Moore. Hello, dear Dean. Life is beautiful, shares I Am Princess Mom. I feel that too. Oh, I'm happy to be here, dear Michelle. Dear Carol, you think you're stuck in samsara, but you're currently enjoying this live. Same. Thank you, dear Kali, for your subscription. Om Bhurmbhuvasva Tatsaviturvareniham Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Hello, dear Kimmy. Dear Andre, you ask, can I share my biggest spiritual experience with substances? Honestly, my biggest spiritual experiences took place sober. And although I did partake in some substances when I was a teenager, they cannot compare with what came after that. After I put all of the substances down to not return to them and walk through the door that they opened, my life has never been the same, in a good way. But I can tell you that when that door was being opened under the influence of unnecessary but potentially helpful substances, I remember feeling very connected with the world around me, and that it was like going backstage on the universe. Everyone else is front stage, but if you can go backstage and see the inner workings of life, the universe and everything, then that is such a personal and intimate experience. Hello, dear Dangar. Good day, dear Saint Aisha. Good evening, dear George. Josie, you shared the trees are starting to bloom in Germany, and you're excited for some more sunny days. Me too. Hello, dear Easy Money. I wish, dear Dangar. Ah, that's what you meant, dear Andre. Without substances. Gotcha. This moment. This is the most incredible moment. This one. No other moment can compare to the one that is happening now. If you pay close enough attention to just this moment, it keeps getting better. And the more you pay attention to this moment, it just unfolds in more and more ecstatic ways. Every day more blissful than the last. All it requires is that attention, a simple awareness, centered in just being. And thank you, dear Van Tessa, for the hand hearts that you sent. Om Bhram Bhairavaya Namo Namah. Dear Franklin, thank you for your heart meme. Om Kring Kalikaye Nama. Dear Polly, thank you for your heart mito. Om Shri Ganeshaya Nama. I did see some cute mushrooms today, dear Nikki. Yeah. Yes, I'm glad you see that too, dear Liz. Meditation is so much stronger than the most powerful substances. Dear SSJ, you ask, do I practice yoga? Well, yoga is truly the foundation of life. And that's no exaggeration. Yoga meaning union in Sanskrit, meaning to become one with. You can apply this philosophy to everything. Karma yoga, being one with your actions. Jnana yoga, being one with your knowledge. Bhakti yoga, being one with your love. Buddhi yoga, being one with your intellect. Raja yoga, being one with the service you render others. Dhyana yoga, being one in your meditation. Dharana yoga, being one in your contemplation. Ashtanga yoga, being one in the 8 limbs, the 8 disciplines of life. Pranayama yoga, being one in your breath. Yama yoga, being one in your morality. Niyama yoga, being one in your ethics. Hatha yoga, being one with your body. Nidra yoga, being one in your sleep. Everything has a yoga. But most people are only familiar with the yoga of the body. And ironically, that's the one I know the least about. But I have been practicing some asanas. Specifically Surya Namaskara, the sequence of sun salutations, and Tardasana, and Paschimottanasana. Hello, dear Gregorji. Dear Finn, you ask, what do I think about polygamy? As long as it's consensual, then the happiness of the relationship is the only qualification for it being. If a relationship is happy, regardless of the form it takes, that's all that matters. Happy and consensual, it's as simple as that. Thank you, dear Jason, for your heart meme. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. There are people who are unhappy and single. There are people who are unhappy and in a relationship with one person. There are people who are unhappy and in a relationship with many people. There are also people who are happy and single. There are people who are happy and in a relationship with one person. And there are people who are happy and in a relationship with many people. Whatever you are, just be happy. Happiness is something that you add on to your experience. No experience can give you happiness. Happiness is what you express through the experiences you choose. Dear George, you ask, how did I put the substances down? You can't seem to take space from your relationship with the green. For me, Mother Nature definitely showed me how I was no longer needing it, in that I was not getting anything positive out of the experiences anymore. At some point it turned to bad trips. And at that point I realized that the universe was giving me my sign, that I had already received what I needed to receive through those experiences. And so I never went back, simply because I knew the universe was telling me to move on through those trips. And who doesn't like the idea of being able to find bliss totally naturally? I mean, without any external intervention. just by achieving a kind of excellence over your own anatomy. Achieving a kind of autonomy over your anatomy, actually. Yeah. Dear Seosin, you ask, what's the chant I'm doing? We do many different ancient mantras in Sanskrit. Hello, dear Taco. Dear Polly, you ask, what are your thoughts on an afterlife? This is the afterlife. We've just kind of made a mess out of it. Has anyone told you that this is not heaven, but there's just some cleaning up to do? Isn't it entirely possible that you are in heaven right now, but you made a mess out of it? Not you specifically, dear Polly, but us. As managers of heaven, we've made a mess out of the place. I mean, Mother Earth in a most beautiful universe. It's wonderful. We've just kind of made a mess out of her. We've got to clean her up. And then it'll be much better. You know, suppose you made it into heaven, but then all the people in heaven made a mess out of heaven. Do you think the source would clean it up for us? No. This is our responsibility now. We make the mess, we have to clean it up. I did make a SpongeBob video a long time ago, dear Yo. Hello, dear Jack. Am I Buddhism? I don't think I am Buddhism. Dear Sausin. Is that an Irish name? Hello, dear painted lady. Dear Carol, you ask, how can we be one with our action? Karma yoga. What's the opposite experience of this? When you're trying to get something in the future. The opposite of karma yoga is when you are working to get some outcome. When you're working to get a paycheck, or you're doing something for your partner so that they will do something back for you, or that you give this to someone so that you'll gain something back, or that you are working to attain something 5 years down the line. That's the opposite of karma yoga. That is how you create karmic bondage, because now you will live in distress of whether or not the future will be a positive one for you. When you dedicate in your intention that you want something in return for what you're doing, then you've become a slave to the future. And the future might work out for you or it might not. That's not in your hands. But if you think it is, then you are going to suffer, because you could do your best but still get an unfortunate outcome. The law of karma, as it states in the Bhagavad Gita 5,000 years ago, is that your consequences sometimes have nothing to do with your actions. That is my favorite fact about karma. The real law of karma states that sometimes your consequences have nothing to do with your actions. This is the opposite of what most people think the law of karma is. Most people are taught the law of karma is that every action has a corresponding consequence. The original sources of karma yoga teach the exact opposite. They teach that sometimes you can study really hard and still fail your test. Sometimes you can perform the best surgery according to your abilities and the patient still dies. Sometimes you can search as hard as you can for something you've lost and still not find it. Sometimes you can do absolutely everything you can do to ensure a healthy relationship and still break up. This is the real law of karma, that the universe doesn't always give you what you want. Are you prepared for that? Karma yoga, to be one with your action, means you are no longer even associating with the outcomes of your actions, because that's eternally out of your control. The real karma yoga is to be one in yoga, in union with just the actions in this moment. That you study not for the sake of gaining a good grade, but for the enjoyment of learning in that immediacy. You search for something you lost, not to find it, but because it's your dharma to take care of your possessions, and searching is a way of honoring something that you had. That as a doctor, you perform a surgery not for the sake of helping the patient, but because that's your duty as a doctor. If you can become one in the moment, make peace with all infinite possible outcomes, then you shall incur no karmic bondage. That no matter what happens as a result of your actions, if you are one with your actions, then you will be peaceful. That's probably a new perspective for most people. And thank you, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis, for your trio of roses. Om Ham Jum Sa Taryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushte Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat. Thank you, dear Jason, for your donut. Jaya Sachitananda. And hello, dear Pantagor. And thank you for your heart meme. Radhe Radhe. And dear Dove Darker, thank you for your heart me too. Om Brahm Hanumate Namah. Dear Dean, you ask, are all souls recycled and eternal, or are there new souls being created? The best thing about spirituality is that you don't need me to tell you the answer to this. You just need the right definition. And with the right definition, you immediately know the answer, because it follows from that definition, logically speaking. By definition, the soul is the eternal aspect of a being. It is the being in its most essential aspect. So, by definition, yes, a soul is eternal. Recycled? Well, there's nothing about a soul to recycle, because a corollary of that definition is that a soul is not made up of anything material. Material existence is defined as that which comes and goes, that comes into form and necessarily comes out of form. So no, new souls cannot be created. They are as eternal as the source itself. However, there are always new forms in which those souls express themselves through, the various bodies and minds. Dear Saint Aisha, you ask, what is the yoga of the mind? There are many, because there are many aspects of the mind. But Buddhi yoga is probably the most important yoga of the mind. Buddhi is what's one step higher from the mind. Within our experience, we have outer senses and we have inner senses. Just as we have sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch, On the inside, we also have thought, intellect, memory, sense of self, for example. What's higher than thought is intellect. Buddhi yoga is the yoga of the intellect. And the reason that's important is because without a sturdy, stable, strong intellect, the mind becomes uncontrolled. If you try to fix your mind while still living at the plane of the mind, it won't change, because you need something higher than the mind to be its authority. The mind cannot be its own authority, so trying to think your way out of a problem in the mind is never going to solve a problem in the mind. You need a faculty higher than the mind, and that is the buddhi, the intellect. Intellect is not part of the mind, it's something even higher. That is your faculty of viveka, discrimination. And with the right knowledge, then your mind can be tamed. And that's Buddhi yoga. I would like to do my lives outside again, dear Aesthetically Feral. The challenge with that, however, is I used to stream outside on my laptop, and my laptop, I don't think it's running well. I have to give it to the shop, probably. I like that, Ginger. You treat dating like a catch and release program. You bring them in, care for them, and let them go. And that's very healthy. Thank you, I Am Princess Mom, for your pair of friendship necklaces. Harihi Om Tat Sat. And Ubi Kuadad, thank you for your heart meme. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. I do love Swami Sarva Priyananda, dear Carol. Oh, he's very funny. Yeah, he's clever. Hello, Shorihasya Chitrakara. Our mind should be full of heaven too. That's a beautiful sentiment. I agree, dear Crossfires. Hello, dear Harley. We've made a mess out of our minds as well. Dear Ginger Bear, you ask, are there any interpretive dance that goes with the chants? You're more kinesthetic. Absolutely, yeah. There's a whole form of dancing that evolved out of the same, I guess, philosophical lineage or lineages in India that led to a dance. I don't know much about Indian dance, but absolutely, many dances go to the tune of stotras, hymns, often done in verses of mantras. You should check that out. Hello, dear Jason. Dear Mira, you ask, did I hurt my arm? No, it kind of looks like that, doesn't it, though? This is a yoga danda. It's used for balancing the nervous system. Has to do with your pranayama, the conduct of your breath. Dear dude, you're wondering if I have any other interesting stereotypes which are wrong. Oh, probably, but I don't want to be a party pooper. If they arise naturally, I'm sure we can discuss them. No, even though there are a lot of improvements to be made in our understanding of many of these ancient ideas, all in good time, and there is truth even in the modern reinterpretations, so it's not like they'll be more harmful than good, but I think it is good also to reconnect with the ancient intentions too. Thank you, dear Ella, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Kate, thank you for your heart meme. Om Ham Ham Hrim Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya Shiva Shaktiai Nama Om. That's such a beautiful thing, dear Dean. I am also glad to have been given the opportunity to spend so much time with everyone in this live. That is a blessing. Hello, dear Ren Fox. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? And dear Kate, thank you for your heart meme. Om Tam Namaschandraya. Dear Ren Fox, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hare Krishna. Dear BT, you ask, so, are the amount of souls preset, or are there new ones constantly coming into creation? Yes, the amount of souls is preset, and that is one. There is only one soul, the one that we all share. If you feel very precisely where the boundaries between you and I are, you will not find them. Lovers will especially notice this, that as they deepen in their connection, they start to be confused by where the boundary of one being ends and another begins. And the truth is that there really isn't any. Even at the level of the physical, you might say that, well, there's atoms here that aren't part of the atoms over there. But the quantum physicists today show us that by the wave-particle duality, there really is no such thing as point particles existing in any one location as distinct from anywhere else. Especially as a wave, all the energy of this body tapers off in all directions, and at no point does it end. In fact, the wave functions of all the particles in this body continue throughout the whole universe. There is absolutely a concentration and a localization here versus there, but no absolute difference. It's all part of one quantum field. That's a powerful saying, dear Kalkiji. The Buddha said, in one blink the mind can go thousands of miles, or something like that. I am Princess Mommy. Share one of your gurus always says you can't fix the mind with the mind. Yes. Dear Colby, you share that a person with brain damage can lose their sense of self, so you don't know if that's true. A person with brain damage can lose an ability to express their sense of self. When you watch a flag moving in the wind, you cannot see the wind, but you know it's there because the flag is moving. The self and the brain is like the wind and the flag. You can see activity in the brain, but that's not causing the sense of self. That is an expression of the sense of self acting on the brain. In other words, the brain isn't running a program called me. I am running a program called the brain. The brain is the instrument being utilized by the self. So yes, a person's relationship with themselves changes in brain damage, but it's the other way around. They don't lose their sense of self internally. They lose their ability to express themselves externally. The self is still there, but the instrument being used to channel that self has faltered, has changed. The concept of doership is involved in this topic, dear Carol, when we were talking about karma. Yeah. When we believe that we're the ones who create the outcomes to our actions, then that's the sense of doership. But when we realize that it's always the universe that creates the outcomes in response to our actions, then that is non-doership. Hello, dear Katie. Kate Savage. Dear Finn, you ask, are the 5 inner senses part of the soul? No. The 5 inner senses are part of the it's called the subtle body, or the sukshma in Sanskrit. They do go with the soul upon leaving the body. The senses do transcend the body. And you already know this, because when you dream, your eyes are closed, but you're still seeing. Your physical eyes are not gaining any input from actual light, and yet there's a visual experience happening in dream. Same with the other 5 senses. You are not gaining any physical input from the external world while you dream, and yet your senses continue to function. You still hear, you still see, you still taste, you still smell, you still feel. Even when your body is not engaged with the world. So that tells us that our senses are something independent from our body. Dear Jack, you shared that you got broken up with recently. Any tips on moving on? Don't move on. Be one with your feelings, and your feelings will move on. You are right where you need to be, in the middle of your feelings. If you are sad, be sad. If you are angry, be angry, but just don't do anything stupid. If you are afraid, you're allowed to be afraid too. Whatever you are feeling, you are absolutely allowed to feel exactly that. And the feelings will pass. And there's another misconception. Allowing yourself to feel something is not what sustains the feeling. What sustains the feeling is resistance to it. If you resist your feelings, then they are sustained. Try denying the fact that you're sad. Your sadness will not leave you. In fact, the more you try not to be sad, the sadder you will end up being. The same is true for anger. I mean, just try telling someone who's angry, stop. Stop being angry. Chill out. 99% of the time, they just get angrier. You tell someone who is sad, don't be sad. You tell someone who is afraid, don't worry. Most of the time, it's not a helpful thing to do. So, what is helpful is actually allowing the person to feel what they're feeling, but giving them options to express it in more healthy ways. If you're angry, tell me about it. Use that intensity to express your feelings, but don't use it to attack anyone. If you're sad, pour from your heart. Channel that into a creative project or talk to someone. If you're afraid, may you use that in reminiscence of how much you value that which you are missing, or that you are afraid of missing. Every emotion can connect you with some part of yourself if you find a way to express it healthily. For the case of a breakup, all that love that's in your heart that you were adding to, like a savings. You have a savings account. There's a checkings account and a savings account. Your checkings account is in the other person. All the love you give them. You're depositing checks. But then when they leave you, you're left with your savings account, and that's in your heart. Oh my goodness, all the love I've saved up for them is still there. What do I do with that? Well, you grieve. Grieving is the process of reallocating that wealth of love. So be sad. And thank you, dear Matthew, for your rose. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. And dear I Am Princess Mom, thank you for your flowers and marvelous confetti. Om Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namah. We've got lots of comments today. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm sure I'll be well in the past, so if you comment something in the present, it might take me several minutes to get to it. Hello, dear Anna. You like dance, dear Ruri. Ritual dancing is the origin of dance. I believe that. Our ancestors around a fire, for example. Dear Kate, you ask, what's the best mantra for gratitude? All mantras are the best mantra for gratitude because they connect you with something to be grateful for. But I did think of one the other day. Om Namah Sarva Pushpebhyaha. I call it the Blossoming Gratitude Mantra. Translates to salutations to all flowers. Om Namah Sarva Pushpebhyaha. Hello, dear Dansuela. Hello, dear user 132. Thank you, dear Avanora, for your quintet of roses. Om Namah Karnim Ambita Me Choring Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Aing Sarasvatyai Swaha. And dear Dance Doggo, thank you for your rose. Om Mang Madinaya Namah. Dear Cryptid Jen, you share, as someone with bipolar, you often lose the ability to control your mind. Interested to know my thoughts. I feel for you, dear Cryptid Gem. And what you go through is a very common experience. I am actually speaking a little tongue-in-cheek when I say that the Buddhi is the means to control the mind. Actually, the mind is ultimately uncontrollable, but we can guide it. We do have influence over it, and in a way that ultimately will be conducive to a healthy relationship. You can think of the mind as a servant. It serves whatever you identify with. You can see how people who identify with their country, they really want to serve their country. People who are identified with their family, they're family people. They want to serve their family. People who are identified with their pets, they really want to take care of their pets. Whatever you identify with, the mind becomes a servant to that. That's its role, to generate possibilities of service towards that. If you are identified with a character in a video game, then you will be thinking about all the different ways to maximize your potential in that video game. The mind generates thought surrounding the idea of supporting some sense of self, your Ahamkara. when the mind is identified with itself, now that's where you have a runaway train. You've got a vicious cycle. If you identify with your mind, then the thoughts are seeking to serve the thoughts. And so you have an explosion of thought seemingly compounding unto itself, and we call that spiraling. So it is dangerous. Not in any ultimately dangerous sense, but it is going to bring us a lot of trouble if we place our sense of self in the mind, because now you've got this like very meta situation where the thing that is supposed to be in service is being in service to itself. It's kind of like a cancer cell. Its only purpose is to serve itself and reduplicate, and you get this tumor growing. It's very unhealthy. The mental equivalent of that is identifying with your thoughts. So, solution: shift the way you see yourself. Are you just some concept in your mind? Are you just some personality? Are you just some mental concept? Or are you the very life that exists in all beings? Are you the spirit of the universe? Are you the light of lights? Are you the love that exists between lovers? Are you the warmth? Are you the compassion? Are you the kindness? Are you the very possibility that is latent within everything for growth? Understand yourself as something so much more than these fleeting thoughts. And then the mind itself shifts to be in service to the whole of life that you are a part of. And that becomes much more under control. If you are caught up in your mental identity, of course, it's going to be a difficult life. But if you are merely thinking about how you can wake up today to be a source of love, a source of kindness, putting smiles on other people's faces, taking care of not just this mind and body, but every mind and body, it becomes a lot more channeled, it becomes a lot more focused, it becomes a lot more free, where everywhere you go, you've got something to give. That was a bit of a longer answer. I hope at least one part of that was helpful. Hello, apple juice. I love apple juice, I have to tell you. Thank you, dear Andy and girl, for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Robbie, thank you for your finger heart. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namah. We are all connected, I concur. And a music note? Dear dude, you ask, was Buddha a prophet? Well, a Buddhist would probably not use that term. However, there's absolutely truth if we expand the term prophet in a more general sense. If a prophet is someone who channels the divine, and if the divine is a source of wisdom, absolutely, the Buddha channeled a source of wisdom. Thank you, dear Kalkiji, for your rose. Om Namo. It would be Namah. Om Namah Karkaye. Dear Fauna, thank you for your pair of roses too. Om Am Namah Parashaktaye. Hello, dear Marlin. The witness is always present regardless of the capacity to express the self. Well said, dear I Am Princess Mom. Thank you, Evanora, for another trio of rosas. Hare Ram. Yeah, welcome, dear Fana. Hello, dearest G to Infinity. Gaukiji, you ask, what's the curse the Monkey King has? And isn't Hanuman an incarnation of Shiva? Yes, you're talking about the Monkey King in the Ramayana. I am not learned of the Ramayana, except for some very basic details. I don't remember, but yes, Hanuman is an incarnation of Shiva. I actually was looking into possibly memorizing the Hanuman Chalisa today. I was learning about the language that it was written in. Language coming from Ayodhya, the place of Rama. Nice to have you here, dear Avanora. Marlon, you ask, is it true that there are 8 spirits? 8? You are probably using the term spirit, or you've heard that term being used in a different way that I'm using it. Same word, but with a different meaning. A homonym. Yeah, we do tend to use these words in many more ways than one. Dear Laimoy, you ask, would I say I'm a monotheist? I would say I'm a monotheist if I believe that the divine is one. But I would also say I'm a polytheist if I believe that one comes in many forms. But I'm also an atheist in the sense that I don't believe in any form in particular. And I'm also a transtheist in that I believe there are more important questions to ask than the existence of God. I'm also a non-theist in the sense that I believe that the topic of God is independent to most discussions in their relevancy. Every type of theist, pantheist, yes, I see the divine in it. Panentheist, I see the divine in the universe and outside the universe. Every single form of ism is but a perspective to find truth in, and I trust in my ability to find truth in that perspective. Hello, dear Adri. Oh, thank you. Heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji. Hello, dear Solomon, Gabriella, Madalena. Avanora, you had asked, what happens if you resist the feeling of liking someone after you promise to have a break from romance? Then you'll continue to like that person. Yes. What you resist persists. And you're allowed to like someone. Having a break from romance doesn't mean you turn off your ability to find people attractive. It just means that you channel your energies more so to working on yourself. Falling in love with, this body, this mind, taking good care of it just as you would take care of a lover, or that you'd want a lover to take care of your body and your mind. Dear dude, you ask, is there a good/bad in Buddhism? Buddhists do use many binary terms. However, we have to understand the language of Buddhism, the language that the Buddha spoke is Pali. Pali is a very high context language, meaning that whenever the Buddha has said something, it is often not to be taken literally. So even in the binary words of good and bad in Buddhism, it's understood that really there is no such absolute difference between good and bad. It's all along a spectrum of becoming good. That which is good was bad at some point, and that which is bad will become good at some point. Everything is slowly going in the direction of goodness. It just takes longer for some and shorter for others. thank you, dear Alex. Namaste for your heart me and 18 roses. Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, I've been seeing that in our reading of the Dhammapada, dear Starlight. Wow. And thank you, Alex, for a crystal dream. Namo Buddhaya. And thank you, Solomon, for your trio of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Dakshinamurtaye Mayam Medham Prajnam Prayacha Swaha. Hello, dear Kim. I come here to learn too. Dear Dean, you ask, do I think certain types of employment opportunities can hinder spiritual growth? It's all about your relationship with what you do. If you do something that allows you to be your authentic self, then that can be a spiritual practice for you, especially service to others. If you focus on the service aspect, that's seva. A beautiful thing to do. You are acting in accordance with your highest self when you are in service to others. And ultimately, all jobs are in service to something. They wouldn't pay you if it wasn't supporting something. If you are supporting the collective in some way, that's good karma yoga. Hello, Pumpkin. Riri, you share, your intellect helps you to stop pay attention to your mind. That is very helpful. Often. Hello, dear Husam. What is identity, asks Riri. As we were talking about, identity is your epicenter of service. It's like, what's a good analogy? I can only think of really ridiculous analogies. Your identity is like the target of a growth ray. You know, in like evil geniuses, or maybe just geniuses in sci-fi cartoons or whatever, they make like a shrink ray or a growth ray, like in Despicable Me. I'm sure there's one of those. A growth ray, in theory, whatever you point at, it points a laser and it grows that. I think there was one in some Rick and Morty episode where Summer tried to grow parts of her body and she ended up becoming this huge monster. Your identity is whatever you point your growth ray at. That's why it's called the Ahamkara, the I maker. Whatever you place your sense of I, or aham in, that becomes created. It grows from there. You create growth wherever you place your sense of self. Your awareness is this growth ray. Whatever you point your awareness at, whatever you identify with, you create change there. If you identify with your body, all of your energies will be going towards maintaining your body. If you identify with your garden, all of your energies will be going towards maintaining your garden. If you identify with your creativity, all of your energies will be going towards creating something in your art. It's your power of creation. The Ahamkara. Enzo, you ask, how does one choose an identity? By that logic, whatever you give your attention to, that is your choice of identity. If you are, whatever you find yourself constantly bringing your attention to, is a choice of your sense of self. If you are always aware of your body, then your body becomes the epicenter of your service. If you are always aware of your thoughts, then your thoughts become your epicenter of service. if you're always aware of your family becomes, you see. Your jiva is permastone. That's funny, Joe said. Yes, your soul. Pumpkin, you share, mind is controlled by media. In this model, mind is controlled by Buddhi. But the knowledge that's in your Buddhi is what determines the state of your mind. If you are constantly gaining knowledge from media, bringing your attention to what's on the TV, what's in the news, what's on your phone, then your Buddhi will get filled with quote-unquote knowledge from media, and then your mind will be directed by that. Simple solution: don't give your attention to the media if you don't want your mind to be directed by the medium. Oh, I don't know all the answers, dear Mr. Draws. But it's always good to be skeptical. Keep your skepticism. Yeah. I like to explore the questions with you in real time. Thank you, dear Fauna, for another rose and heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear MJ, thank you for your flowers. Radhe Shyama. And dear Hybrid Jinn, thank you for your 10 roses. Om Dom Durgai Namah. Thank you, dear Gina, for your heart me and rose. Om Sarva Devataya Namah. And thank you, Alex, for your woodland wonder. Om Im Namo Maya Shaktaye. Dear Solomon, you share that some can resist love, right? You have an extraordinary ability to resist anything. Yeah. Use that ability very wisely. You're very welcome, dear Cryptid Jen. Dear Fatty Togi, you ask, do I have any advice on how to cultivate inner strength? A very simple one is try to get about 12 hours of darkness in your day. Our ancestors, although they certainly had ways to illuminate their homes, often they put out their lights when the sun set too, and they slept during the night. We don't realize how relatively recent it is to keep our lights on after the sun goes down. If you can try this simple thing, turn your lights at least down after the sun goes down. Simulate a kind of nighttime even in your home. Whatever you can do with a minimal amount of light, that is a huge performance on your mind. It is remarkable how sensitive our mind is to light. Just that discipline alone gives you a lot of inner discipline. Ideally, you can go from there to being device-free, maybe half an hour before you go to sleep and half an hour after. That's something that I've been working on recently, and it's been a really big improvement in my life. Dear Carol, you ask, if all action flows from the Guṇas, then what is the concept of I only control the action in terms of karma yoga? I was thinking about this today, actually. I thought you were going to ask me this. This is true, on my walk. And the answer that I came to was that, yes, the Guṇas determine the quality of the action, but you determine when to act. If you are in the middle of tamoguna, you still have a decision to act or not. If you do decide to act, the action will be carried out with tamoguna. But if you wait until another guna comes and then act, your action will be based in rajogun or sattvaguna. You have the free will to wait and act at another time. That's why it's so important to take advantage of sattva guna when it's there. When you're in the mode of purity, tranquility, goodness, use that precious opportunity to do your actions. And similarly, there are healthy actions when under the influence of tamas or rajas too. For example, it's best to be in isolation under the influence of tamas. When you're feeling tamasic, go into your room. Don't be in public. Don't be around people. Otherwise, that's how you drain your social battery very quick. If you are feeling rajasic, that is a good time to bond with intimate partners. It's also a good time for creative projects. So you get to decide the timing of your actions, but the universe decides the timing of the gunas. Thank you, dear Alex, for your rose out. Om Ram Brahmane Namah. Hello, dear MJ. Alex, you had asked, how do I deal with the things happening in the world whilst also being present? Well, you ask yourself the sobering question, what control do you have over the world? And you do have control over some things. Those things that you do have control over, that is absolutely in your purview to worry about. For example, your children may depend, if you are a parent, your children may depend on your actions. So many aspects of your children's lives are something for you to worry about. How about your neighbor's children? Well, you're definitely not their parents as much as you are the parent of your children. Less so. How about some world leader on the other side of the world? Are you their parent? No, you can't really do much about the parenting of that. So, that's not for you to worry about. You focus on making sure that you are a good parent to your children, a little bit of a parent to your neighbors, and it's so easy to think about how the problems in the world all around the globe are some things for us to worry about, but the universe has given us what we have to do in our locality. What is within our present moment is what the universe wants us to consider. If you have a computer in your house, and on that computer there is an ability to donate to some charitable organization that does help with things on the other side of the world, for example, wonderful, do that. If you have the skills and knowledge to help on the other side of the world, and you can book an airplane ticket, and you live near an airport, and you can fly there, then wonderful, be of help there. If you have the ability to raise awareness, share posts that are helpful for others who need to be aware of certain things, do that too. Whatever is within your control, do that. Whatever is not within your control is not for you to worry about. The universe is not banking on you being able to do something that you can't do. There are lots of things in this world you are unable to change, and that's not for you to change. But you do have a lot of things you are capable of influencing. Whatever is within your purview, make sure you give your attention to that, and that's enough. Your best is enough. How can you do anything more than that? Hello, dear Whiskey Throttle from Ontario. Oh, I think I have a cat that wants to come say hi. Time for a shadow cameo. I'll be right back.
Hello, Shadow. Hi. Where you going? Who's that? Thanks for saying hi.
He doesn't want to be held.
Oh.
I am sure I will be letting him out of my room soon, or helping him with something else. But in the meantime, let me go back to where I was in the comments. Oh, I love that Hypergen. Hello to anyone who hasn't been said hi to. Hello, dear Eval. Dear Spinudha, you share, when we give people so much attention, they get bored of us. When all the focus is on themselves, yeah, it can be a little too much. It's good to, be your own person that has interests that you'd like to share with them, That can be very attracting to other people when you're doing your own thing, and then they are invited to direct their awareness to something that you are doing. Because if the attention is just going in their direction all the time, oh my goodness, it's like being in the spotlight 24/7. Healthy relationship will have a flow of awareness going back and forth. Greg in the bag, you ask, am I an intergalactic starseed? I'm definitely an earthling. I'm very happy to be a child of Mother Earth. And I see everyone as my equal. Dear Carrie Lou, thank you for your heart me. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Shadow is currently looking out my window, and I have my altar of all of my little deities on top of it. So he's stepping on them. But what a beautiful symbolism. Shadow is my number one deity at the moment on my altar. Form of the divine. Dear Vuya, you had asked, why should one start an awakening journey? Well, you don't start an awakening journey. It starts you. It's not a conscious choice by any means. It just happens. Dear dude, you ask, will I do long mantras today? Depends on your definition of long. Yeah. For our meditation tonight, we will have a short mantra of a few words. Hello, dear Eric. I am 23, dear Dhani. Thank you, Oren, for your heart me, team bracelet, and team cheers. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Thank you, dear Alex, for your confetti and 19 roses. Om Rum Shikhandine Nama. Good morning, dear Zia. Give your love to the places that need it most, dear Dean. Good night, dear Finn. Hybrid Jen, you see the chaos you want to change. You try to imagine better. You do better, but chaos is still strong. Well, I hope you never run out of chaos, because then you'd run out of love. The amount of chaos in the world is proportional to the amount of love that's within us. And because there is infinite love in us, then no matter how much love we give to the world, there will always be more places to give that love. Hello, dear Oh No. Hello, dear Mariham. Thank you, dear Usha, for your hand hearts, your flowers, and your septet of roses. Om Ram Ram Ashvini Bhyam Namah. You're very welcome, dear Solomon. Mariham, you share, you cannot read with my white sweater. Is it making it difficult to see the text? I didn't even think about that. I do have a darker shirt underneath. Let me take my shirt off for you. I'll be right back. Hopefully this will be easier to read. Thank you, Carrie Lou, for the rosa you had sent. Om Kam Namah Prajapataye. Having an understimulating environment is very important, dear Zia. I agree. Oh no, you ask, if nothing is truly not a thing, then how does it carry such weight? Is it the space of possibility that feels empty? You are referring to the weight of what comes from nothing. Nothing is truly not a thing, but yet it inspires everything, and that everything that exists within the possibilities of nothingness is what you're feeling. Your hyper time is 3 a.m. dear Hypergen. That's Brahma Muhurta, the hour of God. You are just very receptive to the energies that naturally flow at that time. Good night, dear Solomon. Hello, dear Jimmy Jam. Taking care of your thoughts is very important, dear Auriel. And thank you, Stoyan. Dear, is that HU or Safwan, you ask, does being vegan or vegetarian help you spiritually, or is it unrelated? Your diet, it will be a natural expression of your spiritual path. That is to say, diet does not precede spirituality. You begin on the spiritual path with the diet of your materialistic life, and then naturally your diet will change. I won't even have to tell you what that diet will be. It will be perfect for you. It will be a natural expression of your spiritual path. Now, as you heard, my dear cat Shadow is meowing to go back outside. I will let him out of the room now.
Here you go. Thanks for saying hi. See you later.
Thank you for your patience. And everyone's bodies are different. And thank you, dear Wham, for your quintet of roses. Om Namah Chandraya. Dear Manifest, you ask, what do I think free will is? Your highest free will is your ability to choose what you bring your awareness to. In this moment, everything is decided for you. Your environment is a natural expression of the last moment. But you don't have to give your awareness to all things in this moment equally. That is your free will. You can choose to bring your awareness to one thing more than another. If you're on an airplane, you could have a baby crying and a beautiful view outside your window. The beautiful view was not decided by you. The baby crying was not decided by you. But you can shift your awareness to the beautiful view or to the baby crying. That is your free will. Dear Janosik, you ask, is there any reason why you don't have such good karma in life? Karma means action in Sanskrit. You are probably referring to another Sanskrit term that gets attributed to karma, and that's phalam, which means fruit. The phalam of the karma is the result of the action. Why do you have not good phalam, fruit in life, outcomes? Because the universe wants you to be someone who has an unconquerable spirit, and so it is providing you with difficult situations until you realize that no matter what you go through, you remain. Your unchanging nature is what the universe wants you to discover. And it's giving you all sorts of experiences of the body and mind and world of change, of impermanence, until you realize the permanence of your soul. You are very blessed in that way. Dear Mike, you ask, am I vegan? I have never consciously chosen any diet, but on the spiritual path, I have naturally found myself choosing more and more vegetarian options. There are some animal products that I still eat, specifically honey and dairy. But that's it. Besides honey and dairy, I eat mostly vegetable foods. Vegetables and grain and nuts, seeds, oils, things like that. I seem to be converging on a Sattvic diet. It's the diet of the yogis. Your diet does have an effect on your mind. The kinds of food you eat does affect the quality of your thoughts. Fruit, yes. I actually had a dream about eating fruit, dear Hee. But every body is different, and what works for me may be different from you. My diet is not a template for any other person other than myself. Am I fluent in Hindi? Asks Ricardo. Not at all, no. Thank you, the Queen of Gold, for your flowers. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Aghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. I like that sentiment, dear Ruadri. We are all starseeds. Toby, you ask, what would I say started my journey? I would say the Big Bang, ultimately. Good evening, dear Crystal. You share an awakening journey. Awakening journey is like getting older. Sometimes you don't realize when it's happened. I like that. Dear Emma, you ask, do gurus know they're gurus? That is an excellent question of humility, because a good sign of a spiritual teacher is that they are a student. Someone who feels like they have all the answers and no more questions obviously underestimates that the most powerful things along the spiritual journey are not the right answers, but the right questions. I think we are all gurus in little ways, and you can know that in that there's some part of your experience that you deserve to share, and your sharing is information meant to connect with another person's journey. And you are allowed to realize the positive effect that has on others. But as long as you are focused primarily on your own gaining of experience, rather than feeling like you have enough of it already and you don't need any of it anymore, then you can have that humility and at the same time be confident in the fact that what you're sharing is worth being listened to, at least by one other person in your life. Dear Anatole, you sure I should really be less naive? Probably. I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. Hello, dear Charlie. Ah, yes. Fungi is very good. You resonate with my words about diet and spirituality, dear Carrie Lou. Yeah, it's something that happens naturally over time. You don't even think about it. I never once woke up and said, this is what I'm going to eat from now on. I just started noticing, oh, I'm making the same decisions now as the yogis that have come before me. I never made up my mind about that. It just happened by itself. So how can I expect that to be something you'd need to enforce on anyone if it is a natural expression of your spiritual journey? Thank you, Jack, for your heart meme. Om Kham Jahnaviyai Nama. And dear Hybrid Jin, thank you for your donut. Om Madinaya Nama. Dear Star Talk, you share it's really hard for you to deal with all the inhumanity in the world. How do I deal with such a thing? I remember that other people are not my projects. Only this person here is my project. As long as I am increasing in my humanity, then that's all I need to be. The only way we can change others is to ultimately change ourselves. Our influence on others is proportional to the role model that we are, right? Nobody would take advice from someone who's not living the teachings. No one would take advice from someone who is not happy themselves. So, if we do see opportunities for other people in the world to change, we have to make those changes first ourselves. And that becomes an inspiring thing, that now your day is not filled thinking about the problems of others. Your day is filled with an inspired motive to become a role model in your community, in your world. Refine some aspect of yourself to be that shining light. Focus on your self-worth and happiness, and you will reflect that in others too. Hello, dear Brandon. I've been praying for you. You've been having a mental downness this past week. Any wise words for you? I can't promise that they'll be wise, but I'll absolutely share my words. Have you been going outside? I cannot fully express how nice it is to be in nature when it comes to our mental health. Have you been in nature lately? Thank you, dear Sage and Freya, for the finger heart that you sent. Om Mitraya Namaha. Oh. Well, thank you, dear Jen. Dear Strung by Stacy, you ask, what do I make of the law of attraction? The universe gives you precisely what you are receptive to. You change your receptivity, you change what the universe offers you. Hello to your account band. I'd like to see all the love being sent to dear Brandon. Hello dear Marcy, you share your Sangha snack is a euro. Last meet until you are capable of hunting on your own. Well, I believe in you if that's your goal, to be free from me. If it happens sooner or later, don't be so hard on yourself. May it be a natural change in your life, a gradient. Raw Ariel, you're wondering what the name of the musical instrument I have in my hand. It has many names. The one I call it is Manjira, but it's one of the most diversely named instruments. You'll find so many different names. The English name would be hand cymbal. Oh my goodness, dear Hee. That's quite a commercial. Thank you, dear Brandon, for your 19 roses. Om Ham Namah Shivaya. Dear Stella, you ask, what if you don't have the right answers or the right questions? Well, you can always ask something else. Just like the question you just asked. We might not be able to manifest the right answers, but we can always change the questions we ask. Thank you, dear Elle, for the heart me. Or is it Ellie? Is there a tiny little flower in your name acting as an eye? Thank you. Om Namah Sarva Pushpebhyam. Hello, dear Cody Jane. Yes, this is actually me, dear Brandon. I'm just so far in the past. So many comments today. I'm just going through them one by one. Hello, dear Marlon. Thank you for your love, dear Kyoto. Namaste, dear Stevie G. No, you haven't been outside in a while. Well, make sure you do that, my friend. Yes. But your truck is broke down. It's also winter. Ah, I see. Well, go for a walk anyway. Make sure you bundle up nice and warm. Even the snow is a part of nature, isn't it? In fact, in some sense, you've got more nature around you when it's snowing. Hello, dear Theodore. Sage and Freya, you shared, so ironic how good nature is for mental health when mental health sometimes makes it hard to leave the house. That is very ironic, yeah. And you know nature is your favorite things for the soul, but sometimes motivation is hard. Absolutely, yeah. If it's any consolation, I've been going outside nature a lot this past week, and I have been so much more clear in my thoughts. In fact, I'm noticing the direct effect it has on these live streams too. That the more I spend in nature before I go live, the more clear my articulation is when it comes to responding to these points. Dear Odette, you ask, am I Hindu? I'm a little bit of everything, all the time. Trademark, intellectual property, Bo Burnham. Hand symbol is a pretty simple name for this, yeah. You don't normally hold it like this, but I have one hand on the mouse, and if I notice if I take my hand off the mouse, then the comments scroll and I lose track of where I am. Thank you, Luferos, for the rose you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. I'm very grateful for your presence in this live stream, dear Carrie Lou. Marcy, you find that lacto-ovo-vegetarian diet helps to keep you from your carnal desires. I trust you. You didn't go to work today because yesterday you tripped on the mop stick at work, says Marlon. Sounds like a dangerous workspace. Yeah, I trust you. Yeah. Thank you, dear Stevie G. Yeah. Do you want to call after this live stream? Good afternoon, dear Wanda. Dear Jim, you asked, what was my high school experience like? I don't know how to describe it, to be honest. I learned a lot about relationships. I had a good friend group. I experienced a depression for the first time in my life. I did a lot of adventuring with friends. Played a lot of video games. I actually graduated 1 year earlier, and I don't recommend it. Actually, in retrospect, I think I probably could have took my time. There was really no need to get out of school earlier. I tried to do all of my math and science courses earlier because I was really interested in those things. So I did a lot of studying of math and physics, filled my brain with all that knowledge. I loved my teachers in high school. Overall, I think I actually had a pretty pleasant high school experience, which I'm very privileged by because I know not a lot of people can share that sentiment. So I'm grateful in that sense. Am I an incarnation of the Buddha? Asks Mari. Or I think you're trying to spell Buddha, maybe. Unless this is another being. Buddha. I have not heard of Buddha. Yeah. I'm just happy to be here. Yeah. I think it'd be very strange if I was the Buddha in a past life. I think it would be very weird for an incarnation of the Buddha to have lived a life that I played Call of Duty when I was younger. How funny would it be for the Buddha to play Call of Duty in their next life, And in their next life, the Buddha will be some white kid from Canada who plays Call of Duty when they're younger, and I don't think it would be very thematic. So I think just logistically, probably not. That is very true, dear JR. Snow filters the air better than rain. And thank you, Hairspray Betty, for your tiny. Yahoo! Moonflower Muse, what is this question? Can I make a cult so you can escape? You want to escape the cult? Or do you want to escape the world and join the cult? I have no plan on making any sort of exclusive community. I think we can learn from the communities that have existed in the past, and it seems like the best type of community is one that doesn't really differentiate between who are a part of it and who are not, where you can feel free to come and go. You don't have to dedicate your life to some cause or worship anything or convert it from something or to something. Just be as you are. You're welcome to be a member of this community without any expectations, or you don't have to make some vow. Dear Mari, you ask, am I Catholic? I don't consider myself anything in particular, but I do find a lot of beauty in all traditions. I see a lot of beauty in the Catholic edition of seeing Mother Mary as divine. I think it's nice to have representation of the divine feminine, for example. Dear Carol, you ask, could I share some ways that I do karma yoga? You're really interested in karma yoga at the moment, trying to learn more. I noticed that. I love that, Carol. Karma yoga is a wonderful form of yoga. Sorry about that. I think something just displayed on my screen. It says get information about Canada's federal election. I don't know what that's about. I think that's some automatic TikTok, social media. They have these algorithms now to detect if something is misinformation or not. I think for some reason it just detected that I was talking about Canada's federal election, which I'm definitely not. Mistakes happen, especially on the side of digital algorithms, which are a whole new part of our digital ecosystem. Anyway, that's just acknowledging what that is. Sorry if it's distracting or seems strange. But yeah, karma yoga. Some examples, explicit examples of karma yoga. Well, for me in this live stream, for example, if I was trying to increase any of the numbers on the screen, like how many people are watching, or the amount of gifts or likes or followers that I get, then that would not be an example of karma yoga. But if I try to find a way to be happy with exactly the number of people are here right now, as much generosity as there is, as many followers I have, if I can make peace with exactly what I have in this moment, that right now I'm not trying to gain anything out of you, if I am just trying to serve exactly what's before me now, then that would be an example of karma yoga. This means if the viewership drops, if I get less gifts than usual, if I don't get a lot of likes, if that doesn't even strike me as different, if I'm happy to be here just the same, then I'm fulfilling karma yoga. It's all about falling in love with what you're doing, regardless of potentially unfortunate outcomes. You do want to call after the live stream? Okay, dear Stevie G. Sounds good. Who's that, dear Oh No? Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Moonflower. I'm sorry to hear you were bullied, dear Sarah. For everyone who has been bullied, I had experienced bullying in my life, but that was in elementary school. I can recommend, don't bully yourself. Others may bully you, but never bully yourself. And part of bullying yourself might include constantly replaying what other people said to you. Because when you are replaying those memories and you're still getting hurt from that, then suddenly that becomes your own bullying. Now your mind is saying it to yourself, again and again. Don't bully yourself. Bring your mind to all the love you receive in life. Bring love to yourself by replaying all of those good memories. Dear Felipe, you ask, oh, sorry. My chat scrolled away while I was reading that comment. I gotta scroll all the way back up to you. I gotta take a pilgrimage back up. You ask, what did I do with all the knowledge gained from education? Well, it's integrated primarily in my willingness to learn, because I think what school ultimately teaches us is not what they teach us, but the ability to be taught. Does that make sense? That when you are in class, the lesson is not about the lesson. It's about being receptive to lessons. So what I got mostly from my educational journey is that education is important. Does that make sense? Even if I don't remember the exact content of all my classes, I learned what it's like to show up, to take notes, to listen, to study, things like that. That's the highest knowledge there is the ability to be receptive to learning something new and applying yourself. Yeah. Dear Emma, you ask, do I ever watch the night sky? It's one of your favorite things to do. Oh, I love that, Emma. It's been kind of cloudy lately, so I haven't been. But when it's nice and clear, oh, I really do. Yeah. I look forward to it, dear Super Pio. Carol, you ask, can meditation be a form of karma yoga? You can apply the philosophy of karma yoga to meditation too. For example, if you're meditating to try to levitate, that would not be an example of karma yoga because you have an expectation, or you have an attachment to an expectation. I want to gain some supernatural ability from meditating. That's not karma yoga. Karma yoga means I'm meditating because I want to meditate. That meditation is itself a fully fledged experience. It doesn't have to lead to anything else. That would be karma yoga, for example. Dear Raw Ariel, you sure I have really nice looking healthy teeth. What's my mouthwash routine? Oh, thank you. I think it's probably just TikTok making it look brighter. Yeah, my mouthwash routine is called filters. No, I just have charcoal toothpaste with charcoal in it. Yeah, I do have cankers sometimes, and what I learned is that you can apply turmeric and honey paste to your cankers, and that's a very antimicrobial, the bad kind of microbes, for your oral health. Thank you, dear Finding Bliss. And that's true, Carrie Lou. That's very true, dear Stevie G. Yeah. Even though the word cult is in occult, that the occult is not always associated with what we associate with the word cult. Thank you, dear Neangelo Pack, for your heart me, your hand hearts, and subtitle. Oh, you know, I think I thanked you for these. Yes, I did, but my gratitude remains the same. I thank you twice for good measure. Dear I Am Princess, you share when you graduate and teach Hatha for free in your community. What yoga is that? That's Hatha yoga. That's the yoga of the body. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Or am I misinterpreting your question? Are you inferring something else semantically? You finished your math homework. Well done, dear B team. Yeah. Thank you for your love and light, dear loose feather. In Patanjali's Ashtanga yoga system, there's a sequence of yogas that lead you more and more inward. You start with the Yama and Niyama yoga, the yogas of your moral and ethical conduct in life. And then you slowly bring yourself inward and inward. Eventually you start working on the body, and then you start working on your breath, and then various aspects of your mind, and finally you reach a state of union in your consciousness, Samadhi yoga. I think the most important thing that an instructor of physical yoga can teach is that you should come to a physical yoga class after you've practiced Yama and Niyama yoga. Make sure that you really refine your behaviors outside of the physical yoga studio before you start working on your physical body. And that's important because otherwise it's like clipping off the leaves of weeds of an invasive species without actually pulling out the roots. It'll keep growing back. You won't see as much progress in your physical yoga as you could if you don't first work on the prerequisite yogas of interpersonal conduct and cultivating a safe and healthy environment at home. Otherwise, you're just treating the symptoms rather than the cause. If you still have a source of a disease at home, but you go to hide the symptoms through physical yoga, then you aren't actually really benefiting from this beautiful philosophical system that's really in depth. And that the higher purpose of physical yoga is that it leads to deeper and deeper meditative experiences. Because anyone who has tried to sit for long periods of time knows how hard it is to keep your meditation when your body is complaining. And then that meditation leads you deeper and deeper into the truth of your being. So if you understand where you should be coming from in your physical yoga and where that should lead to, then you're being taught by a very good yoga instructor. I'm sorry to hear of your bullying, dear Super P.O. Dear Carrie Lou, you ask, do I have any recommendations for calming music? I tend to listen to, honestly, nothing. When I need to be calm, I shut out my ears from listening to anything. I try to listen to silence, honestly. So I don't know if I'm the best resource for that. But we do listen to very calming music while we're live here. I try to put some on for all of you. And a lot of the music comes from the Meditative Mind YouTube channel. So do check that place out. They have a whole assortment of wonderful, wonderful songs to listen to. Spencer Reid is a fictional mathematician, philosopher who devoted his time to help people. Aw, that's beautiful, dear Ono. Thank you for seeing those things in me. Yeah. Things happen for us and not to us. What a beautiful saying, dear Loose Feather. Thank you. Her Royal Highness Zenny, you are sick and you've been experiencing a lot of anxiety and disconnection. Please pray for you, as you wish, Her Royal Highness. I pray that during this time you connect deeply with your body and attend to its needs, and observe the quality of your mind also, because a healthy mind is the best thing you can give to an unhealthy body. Our thoughts can be from our karma, shares Carol. Our actions do influence our thoughts, yes. How can you engage in karma yoga with your something? The rest of your comment got cut off, but I assume it's with your thoughts. How can you engage with karma yoga in your thoughts? Every thought is a possibility. You don't have to pursue all possibilities. When you do pursue a possibility with your thoughts are going to come up with even more possibilities. Possibilities of how you could have done things differently. Possibilities of how this outcome may be in reference to the action that you've done. Your thoughts are just dialogue. They are closed captions. The real content is on screen. You can choose to pay attention to what's on screen or pay attention to the captions and infer the meaning. It is your choice to pursue an idea that came to you in the form of a thought. Whether your thought manifests to be exactly how it was in the thought or not is not up to the thought or how you carried out the thought. In the spirit of karma yoga, that is the nature of the universe. Also, what thoughts you have is often not your decision either, as you were saying. We cannot expect our mind to even be in any way. So in the spirit of karma yoga, we allow our mind to be in the state that it is too. I did change shirts, dear Zia. Yes, it was because of the text. Dear Sarah, you share you get dizzy with long, deep breaths. Yes, it can be a challenge to balance how much oxygen you get. Balance your depth of breathing with your pace of breathing. If you're getting too much oxygen while breathing deeply, then instead of slowing your breathing, you can keep your long breathing but more shallow, or you can keep the depth of your breathing, but breathe even slower, and vice versa if you're not getting enough oxygen. You've been training in philosophy before asana. That is perfect, dear I am Princess Mom. I'm happy to hear that. But you won't charge money for teaching it, then you really are learning the philosophy. Yeah. You are allowed to take donation. I will tell you that. But it's a very good thing to accept all who come to learn from you, even if they have nothing to give but their time and energy. Yes, I love Rudraksha, dear Blaze B. Om Namah Shivaya. What is my sun sign, dear Sage and Freya? You've been wanting to ask but hesitant. I think it depends on the astrological system. For example, in sidereal astrology, it's Virgo. But in modern Western astrology, it's Libra. Thank you, dear Hairspray Betty, for your 12 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. By the way, your astrology is only ever as accurate as you are continuing in the way the world expects of you. Your astrology is fixed at birth, right? That's why we calculate it at birth. Because all of the world's energy went into you, the universe, at that moment. And then from that point on, the older you get, generally the less accurate your astrological injunctions become, because you were never meant to follow your star sign to a T. That's just what would happen if you don't become a conscious creator of your life. If you become fully conscious of your life, then your star sign actually says nothing about you anymore. You get to choose at that point, like creative mode. You know, in Minecraft, you can play in survival mode or creative mode. Survival mode, you have to bear the elements of the world. Creative mode, you get to decide. As you become deeper on the spiritual path, your astrology becomes less and less relevant because you get to decide the way you want to be in this world. Astrology is telling you the way the universe expects, given everything that went into your birth, but then from that point on, it's up to you. Up to you to continue along that energy, or you can redirect your energy any way you want. And that's a very good thing too, because when Mercury's in retrograde, but you're a conscious creator, it doesn't affect you. Any of the negative stuff, you can go, no, I'm doing my own thing now. You can be free from that karmic bondage. Oh, thank you for finding something worth writing down in me, dear, the singing beds. Thank you, dear I Am Princess Mom, for your star. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And Hairspray Betty, thank you for your dozen roses. Om Namo Buddhaya. Spookies Nailen, you ask, how do you let go of fear of getting mentally stronger? You fear you will face harder challenges later on. You will. Yeah, it's true. But why should you be afraid of that? Because you will be as stronger as the challenges increase also. Yeah. You are forgetting that as you get stronger and the challenges get harder, you get stronger, which means it's only harder relative to where you are right now, but actually relative to the strength that will increase, it'll, if anything, decrease, and your ability to solve harder and harder challenges becomes easier and easier. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. As you play through your favorite video game, the levels get harder and harder, but you get better and better simultaneously. In fact, the last level of the game is probably the easiest, and the first level was probably the hardest, if you think about it. Because at the end, you've got all the skills that you've learned. Even though objectively speaking, the last level is the most challenging, you are also at that point the most experienced. Spookies, Naylan, you share you fear challenges because it's just not a good time to go through them. I know it sounds stupid, sorry. Aw, you don't have to apologize. I don't think that sounds stupid. But I know that feeling, you know, you come later. Rain, rain, go away. Please come back another day. The universe is something that you are an extension of. The challenges that are a part of your life are perfectly timed. Having trust in that means that you are ready. There is no better time. Believe in yourself. It sounds like there's something else in your life that would be more fulfilling if the challenges weren't there. But the challenges are the most fulfilling thing. You've got lots of life to live. You've got eternity. There's no rush to do all the things that you love. You have this desire to have simple, carefree life, but challenges scare you. How do you let go? A simple, carefree life still may have challenges. Living off-grid comes with its own challenges for taking care of your land and your electricity if you want to have that, or if you don't, then you have to figure out how you heat your water, how you make sure that you get fresh water if you're connected to utilities, you know. A simple life still comes with challenges. I think what's good to remember is that challenges aren't a test if you survive or not. You will survive. And the proof of that is you're still here. And not because you've gotten lucky. You are always meant to survive the challenges that you've been dealt in life. And you will survive the challenges that will come your way. Challenges are not something where the universe is gambling. Are you going to pass or fail? The universe is not a pass or fail system. It's a, well, how long is it going to take you to learn this lesson? And you've got the rest of your life. These lessons are not going to destroy you. They are going to build you up stronger, and you are going to be left more experienced if you integrate what you get out of those experiences. Why do I think the universe attempts to teach us lessons? Because we are students by nature. Our purpose is to learn. And we love learning. That's why it's our purpose. Our spirit is a kind of absorber. It likes new things. Lessons help us evolve in our understanding of our infinite potential. They bring us higher. Carol, you ask, how does karma relate to our Ahamkara? Does our Ahamkara create karma? How do our actions relate to our sense of self? Our actions are ultimately in service to our sense of self. Your Ahamkara, wherever you place that aham, you create karma. All actions are ultimately directed towards your Ahamkara. Wherever you place your Ahamkara, your karmas will be sent in that direction. It's very true. You used to think life would be better if you were born fully capable of everything, but you guessed life would not mean anything then. I know what you mean, dear Spooky. Good evening, dear Sazrar. The singing beds you share that sometimes challenges feel less difficult when you realize you have angels around you. That is a beautiful thing to remember. Thank you for sharing that. BTU share that sometimes stress just comes from not taking action. Jeff Bezos said so, and you agree. That is very true. Yeah. We have all these expectations of what to do in life, and you have two choices. You can either choose to pursue the actions that fulfill those expectations, or, and this is the secret option that most people underutilize, change your relationship to the expectation. Alright, there's stress because you're not meeting the expectation. We're so focused on meeting the expectation, we forget that we can actually change our relationship to the expectation. What if it's not us that's the problem? What if the problem lies in the expectation? That we're not stressed over our inability, we're actually stressed over what the expectation is. Is the expectation something that really brings out our highest self? If it's not, then why even believe in that expectation anyway? If it is it realistic? If it's not realistic, then how can we lower that threshold to the next step that would be realistic? And then if it is realistic, then do what you can, take action. Thank you, dear Anisek, for your heartbeat. Ravaye Nama. Dear Aira, thank you for your heartbeat. Sum Suryaya Nama. Dear Sage and Freya, thank you for your mark of love and a love painting. That's very cute. Bhanave Nama. And Sazrar, thank you for your heartbeat. Pushne Nama. Yeah. We have a funny relationship with the concept of surrender in the West, dear the singing beds. We think it means to give up and lose. But actually, the type of surrender on the spiritual path is not a loss. It's a win. The only game you win by surrendering is the spiritual game. It's not about it's about regardless of what you're experiencing, if you can go you win. Yes, that makes sense, dear Marlin. I wonder what our ancestors used to moderate our thyroid gland. What kind of lifestyle or diet? What's the question of the day? Asks G2 Infinity. Oh, we're not even at a reading yet. We're way behind schedule. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, is there a way to heal without becoming incompatible with others? Absolutely. In fact, healing is all about becoming more and more compatible, but in more healthy ways. If your healing makes you feel like you're incompatible with others, I have something to tell you. That others are probably not healthy for you. That is to say, if you feel like your compatibility with someone in your life is mutually exclusive from your healing, it's not your healing taking you away from them, it's them taking you away from your healing. So, if you have to prioritize your relationship with someone or your health, please prioritize your health. Take care of your body, your mind. Become compatible with your body and mind. Sometimes that comes with a change of people in your life. To heal sometimes means switching friend groups. And you're absolutely allowed that. You don't have to have the same friends in your life for their whole life. You're allowed to go from one friend group to another, especially as your values change and your aspirations in life. But healing will never take away your ability to connect with others. Not at all. In fact, ultimately it will very much add to your ability to have long-lasting and meaningful relationships. Dear Spooky, you ask, what do I think about the Judeo-Christian Islam religions? The Abrahamic traditions? They are all equally valid paths that you may want to follow. Good night, dear. Oh no. What's a reading? Asks Spooky. A reading, in the yogic sense, is a way to get in touch with your prarabdha karma. There are 3 types of karmas. Your sanchita karma, your prarabdha karma, and your kriyamana karma. Your sanchita karma is the totality of actions from all eternally infinite past lives. Your prarabdha karma is the infinitesimal portion of that infinite sanchita karma that is coming into fruition in your life, this life. Readings help you understand what portion of that sanchita karma, that is called the prarabdha karma, that is coming into fruition in this life. Basically, it's a way to have a little edge on what you're going to experience in this life. But your spiritual journey is not depending on your sanchita or prarabdha karma. It depends on your kriyamana karma, which is how you respond to those actions with new actions. What you add to your sanchita karma in this life, what you choose to do, regardless of the experiences that come your way, that is most important. Ultimately, you will become so intuitive that you no longer need any tools to infer your prarabdha karma, because you trust that everything that will come your way, you will know what to do. One day you will be so ready to face life that you'll never need another divination or reading again. At that point, you are truly free from your prarabdha karma. No, I haven't made any new videos. Sorry, dear Highway. What should you ask me right now? Asks Stevie G. You should ask me what you should ask me. Oh, you just did that. Yeah. Wow, this is complex stuff. There's a lot of terms. Yeah, I hope my terms don't overwhelm you. Those are just reference points in case you wanted to research these subjects yourself. Please feel free to use them. Otherwise, I'm always happy to repeat myself or break things down into simpler ways. Gabriel, you ask, what if the hippocampus gets hit by a bullet? And that is your karma. Well, remind me what the hippocampus does. Or I guess I can look that up. Hippocampus plays a crucial role in learning, memory, particularly in converting short-term memories into long-term memories and spatial navigation. Then you've been given an opportunity to find presence in this moment, irrespective of all of the experiences that led to this moment. Seth, you ask, what's the clackers for? Are these the clackers? It's a nice sound. Dear Spooky, you share that in the context of religions, someone told you that believing in all means believing in none. It's very true. Yeah. Because everything comes from nothing, and the ultimate intersection of all perspectives is nothing. But not nothing in the dismissive sense. Nothing in a very profound sense. Nothingness is not just the lack of things, despite its literal deconstruction. Nothingness is the very essence of all religions. Nothingness is the secret name of God. Why haven't scientists found God? They say we keep looking, but all we find is nothing. All we find is nothing. Nothingness. The physicists, they say, we found no God, but we found a singularity. You ask a physicist, what is the singularity? How big is it? Oh, it's nothing. Literally smaller than anything that's possible. All the energy cancels out and it's made up of nothing. Oh. Where do all the particles in existence come from? They come from the void, popping in and out of existence. Well, this singularity, this zero-dimensional point, this vacuum, this nothingness is sounding a lot like the source. Nirvana, the ultimate refuge in Buddhism, literally means nothingness. Heaven in Aramaic comes from a word that means formlessness, the place of the kingdom of God, the formlessness. I think that's pretty synonymous with nothingness, wouldn't you say? The Tao in Taoism, the Tao that cannot be told, that which can be talked about is not the eternal Tao. Well, it sounds like nothing, because when you try to put nothing into words, you're not really talking about nothing now, are you? What is the highest form of reality in Hinduism? Nirguna Brahman. What does Nirguna mean? It means without any form, without any qualities, kind of nothingness. To truly believe in all religions means to believe in nothing. I am Princess Mom. You ask, would I ever lead you through the Gita or Upanishads? I don't think I'm qualified to, really. Yeah, but I'd happy to explore it with you. Dear Joyce, you ask, what makes me an expert? Genuine question. Oh, I'm not. Yeah, sorry if it wasn't clear. I'm just a very passionate student. And whether I help you get good grades or not, oh, that's a matter of your faith. Thank you, the same. Dear Abel, you ask, what are the pros of being blue-pilled, i.e. living in blissful ignorance? Well, let's take a look at the word ignorance. Ignorance, it has the root ignora. in there, igna. That ultimately comes from the Sanskrit ajnana. Jnana means knowledge. Ajnana means without knowledge. So literally speaking, ignorance just means without knowledge, right? The idea of blissful ignorance is that if you don't have knowledge of the suffering in the world, you can be happy, right? But that's not true knowledge. True knowledge is not what happens in the world. True knowledge is what happens within yourself. There are two kinds of knowledge. Two kinds of jnana. There's spiritual knowledge and there's worldly knowledge. Parajnana and aparajnana. Parajnana, also known as paravidya, since vidya is synonymous with jnana, another word for knowledge, where we get the English word wise, ultimately. That is knowledge about your true self. And yes, while learning about your true self, you do withdraw from the world. But your highest self is not one that will be happy in absence of worldly knowledge either. In fact, the greatest saints are the ones that are actively helping the world in their problems. You can try to be ignorant of the suffering in the world, but you will only run into more suffering. You cannot hide from it. But the good news is that knowledge of suffering does not equate to personal suffering. You don't have to suffer just because you know that suffering exists in the world. In fact, with true paravidya, true knowledge of yourself, atmavidya, atmajnana, you know that your highest purpose is to help others who are suffering. So the more suffering exists in the world, it is just more possibility to fulfill your highest purpose. You are not happy about the suffering. You're happy about what that possibility means to bringing out your highest purpose. There are people to help, and I am a helper. There are problems to solve, and I am a solutions generator. The more that exists in the world that is negative, the more there is something positive within to bring to that in balance. And that's called blissful knowledge. Thank you, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis, for your swan. Om Agni Mile Purohitam Yajnasya Devam Ritvejam Hotaram Ratnadhatamam. And thank you, the Tejon, for your cap. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavod Bhavaya Namah. That's very powerful, dear Emma. Yes. Does God create us, or have we created God? Or is it both, and we exist in a cycle of creation? I like that, dear April. Yes. Gabriel, you ask, is that the same thing as Shunyā? Yes. Shunyā is emptiness. Shunyavata. Aaron, you ask, what do I think of the potential moral implications of brain-computer interfaces?
the potential moral implications of brain-computer interfaces. I don't know. I don't do much moral philosophizing. All I know is that if I wake up and my idea in life is to be kind, then I know that that's enough. And in my kindness, I don't need a computer to remind me how to be kind. So the possibility of a brain interface wouldn't even arise, because kindness is the highest virtue in life. If you are striving for that, your whole moral philosophy is complete in that sense. Thank you. The same. Thank you for your woodland wonder and your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. Welcome, dear James. When did I have my first awakening as sage in Freya? I never had one. The singing beds, you love when someone has knowledge and passion for not just one religion, but many. Me too. Everything came from nothing, indeed. Dear Rivi, you share what's good. You think you just lost your dream job today, and your mental is cooked. How'd you lose your dream job, dear Rivi? Dear Eli, you ask, how do you let go of the desire for a faster recovery for your breakup? Well, have you experienced a breakup before? And do you see what happens if you try to rush the healing process? Dear Stevie G, you ask, do you need yourself in order to be yourself? What kind of a question is that? Do you need a hammer to hammer things? Do you need a computer to compute things? Do you need water to water things? Yeah, of course you need yourself to be yourself. How can you be yourself if you don't have a self to be? No, I don't, dear Plankton. Dear Fortnite, you ask, am I familiar with Brahmacharya? Yes. Brahmacharya is a compound word, Brahma and Acharya. Acharya means path or way. Brahma means universal consciousness or ultimate reality. You'll often hear it in the nominative case of Brahman with an N at the end. It comes from the root Brah, which means to expand. Brahman meaning the all-expansive one, the universal consciousness that pervades everything. Brahmacharya, therefore, is the way of universal consciousness, or you could also interpret it as the path to the all-expansive one. But you've probably heard it in the context of celibacy. So what does celibacy have to do with the way to universal consciousness? In truth, it doesn't, and that's a mistranslation. But there is a relationship. The relationship is, if you are so focused on any one dimension of life, and for a lot of people that's the sexual dimension, then you lose your way to expanded universal consciousness. If you are stuck in the mode of objectification and the pursuit of pleasure from another person, then you've definitely lost your way of Brahmacharya. But you can absolutely still be sexual and be on your way to universal consciousness. It just means that you don't get stuck in any particular dimension of life, that you allow your awareness to expand fully in all directions equally. It is the third of 5 yamas in the first limb of yoga, known as Yama Yoga. Yama means conduct, so a way to conduct yourself. They're a base for how society should conduct itself. The first is ahimsa, non-violence, or more accurately translated to least harm. The second is satya, meaning non-stealing. Brahmacharya is the fourth. The third is asteya, non-stealing, non-taking what isn't offered. The fourth is brahmacharya, having expansion in your path in all directions. And last, the fifth one is aparigraha, which means non-hoarding of resources, distributing what you have. If you interpreted the fourth as celibacy, we wouldn't have society. It wouldn't make sense to translate a societal law that everyone must follow as something that would lead to the lack of society. The only way to have everyone follow all of the yamas is to interpret them in a way that sustains society. And society must include some aspect of sexuality, otherwise we wouldn't be here. This is your first breakup, dear Eli. So it's all new to you. Ah, I see. Well, this will certainly be a learning experience. But I hope you can learn from others, the many of us who have had many breakups. So may you notice how those around you that really try to rush past the healing, the grieving process, they end up with more problems than where they started. Maybe you've seen that in your friends. Some of your friends, they try to get a rebound, or they try to distract themselves from their feelings in an unhealthy way, and they just end up even more miserable ultimately. If you know you don't want to become like that, you want to become like the people that handle it with grace, then you can follow in their footsteps. You are exactly where you're meant to be. To honor the love you had means to grieve. Grieving means you are honoring the love. You are reallocating space in a way that makes sense to your heart at this time. It doesn't have to take place on any timeline, because there's nothing else for you to do right now other than to process your feelings. You recommending I hammer things with my head, dear faithful being? I'm not sure I would recommend that. Thank you, the Tejun, for your paper crane. Om Hiranyagarbhaya Namah. Hairspray Betty, thank you for your rosa. Om Richaye Namah. And dear Tom, thank you for your septet of roses. Om Adityaya Namah. The singing bets, thank you for your
Tiny Nanny. Yippee!
Raw Ariel, you ask, what's the relationship between universal consciousness and Christ consciousness? The relationship is identical. They are indeed one and the same. It's just the name for that concept from the Christian perspective. That's a great connection. Dear Spooky, you ask, why is it important to explore spirituality and religion if it all comes from quote-unquote nothing? Well, imagine that there was a source, and the source is nothing. That nothingness wanted to be everything. Religions are a way of celebrating that deep down. Although they get often misinterpreted and misused, their essential core is to celebrate all that has come from the source and be a part of it and be in service to that. Really, religion doesn't have to be anything complicated. It can just mean waking up with gratitude in the morning, being kind to others, having a set of values that add to the health, happiness, and well-being of everyone around you. Realizing that is the highest purpose and going to bed with a smile in your heart. The true followers of religion do that and live a happy life. Oh. Well, I'm happy to, always happy to expand in directions that were previously thought to be limited, dear Fortnite. No, I don't have Twitter, dear Plankton. Dear James, you share, people suffering breakups often turn to alcohol in search of healing, but it's toxic. It's true. We try to drown our sorrows, but we learn that sorrows swim. Dear Wu, you ask, what belief of mine changed from last year to this? I don't know. I don't think I've really changed. It's just I've gained an experience and I'm adapting to that. But the core of my being is always the same, and it's always just this moment that exists. Dear MJ, you hear 2 TikTok voices on MySpace. Is that normal? Is there an echo, you mean? Like my voice is coming in double? Dear Tom, you ask for any tips for growing hair out. Yeah, don't cut it. Yeah, if you cut it, it gets shorter. Fun fact. Dear Eli, you ask, how do you heal healthily then? And thanks for the advice. Oh, of course. How do you heal healthily? Heal healthily. That's a good phrase. With a breakup, I think one of the easiest things, or the most obvious thing to do is channel that love into some creative project. You know, make a song. A breakup song is actually, it can be a very healthy thing to do. It doesn't have to be a breakup song, but it can be a song to express the fact that you are at this position in life right now. You make art, dance, finding some way to experience your creativity is a wonderful thing, because the relationship, the energies at the level of the sacral chakra, which is often what we feel in our first relationships, is both our energies of procreation and creativity. That's why they both have the word create in them. If you can channel that energy into a creative project, that's wonderful. If you do not cut your hair, dear Tom, your hair will not get any shorter. It will not go back into your scalp. I heard one thing that can speed up hair growth is neem oil as well. Other kinds of oils for the scalp too. I don't know much other oils besides neem. Dear Raw Ariel, you ask, why do I do lives on TikTok? And what is the purpose, the intention behind? Is it a job for me? And do I have another job besides TikTok? You're very curious. I do lives on TikTok because most of my followers are here, and therefore it is the most accessible for most people in the community. But I'd be happy to switch to a different platform if that became the most accessible platform for our community members. The purpose is for us to come together as fellow students of life, to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. And the intention is to learn with you and share what I have learned. And it is not a job. It is my free time, and I don't have a job besides this. I hope that answered your questions. The topic of breakups will always be topical. Make sure you give yourself lots of hugs, dear Muse. Of course, dear Raw Ariel. Thank you, the singing pets. Is what I do therapeutic for me? I like that you asked that, and yes. Yeah, it is very therapeutic for me. I feel much better from these live streams. Often people who are very empathetic, you know, they say, you must be very tired after doing your live streams. You should get some rest. You should do this and that. Bless their hearts. I wish I could convey to them how energizing it is for me. That I don't feel like I'm drawing from my personal bank account. If anything, my energy levels go up and up and up and up the more I do this. And then after the live streams, I'm then I have to come down. I have to land the plane. Thank you, dear Anasek, for your 20 roses. Savitre Nama. I do love what I do, yes, dear Rachel. Oh, thank you for being here, Mrs. Fifth Dimensional. That's beautiful, dear Tom R. Yeah. Alright. I think I finally made it to the present moment of comments. It's time to actually begin our live stream, or more accurately, end it. We're 3 hours into our live stream and we haven't begun our first section. It's because I'm such a slave to you all that I cannot say no. Ideally, there's a section dedicated for Q&A, but if you ask me a question, I don't have the heart not to try to answer it before we get to that section. So for today, I'd like to do a short reading. I'll have a question of the day, some poetry reading, and then we'll do a meditation. How does that sound? Here we are, continuing where we left off in the journey home. We start the 9th chapter, I believe. Yes, of the 4th act of the journey home. For your patience, we start with a picture collage, or a set of pictures, as perhaps foreshadowing what's to come in the rest of this book. This is fun. We start with a picture of the author with BKS Iyengar, who is a famous yogi. Here's the author. This is obviously after he became a Swami, which is not quite at the point in the book yet. He's still not a Swami, just a wandering sadhu. And then there's BKS Iyengar. Below that, there is the cremation ghats at Varanasi, a very sacred city in India. It's honestly hard to find a city in India that's not sacred. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Here's the author with US President Barack Obama. Wow, he really gets around. There they are. It's amazing all the people he meets. Below that is the meeting of the President of India. SMT. I don't know what that stands for, but her name is Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. If someone knows what SMT stands for in relation to some title of Indian governance, the only SMT you know is smack my teeth, Sher Sazrar. Ah yes, the President of India, smack my teeth, Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. That sounds about right, does it? Next, the author was rejected at the... Oh, the background music suddenly became very glitchy for me. 1 second. I don't know if you can hear that or if it's just on... Okay. That's fixed. The author was rejected at the border of India, but promised the immigration officer to do something good for the people of India if he let him pass. Persuaded, the officer granted passage. Today, Radhanath Swami, the spiritual name of the author, has fulfilled his promise by establishing the midday meal program, which you could find more information about at radhanathswami.com/activities/midday-meal/ which feeds thousands of children in the slum schools of Mumbai, Top, and the Bhakti Vedanta Hospital. Another website, radhanathswami.com/activities/Bhakti Vedanta-hospital/ show you both of these. Here's the kids eating their midday meal. And the hospital. You looked it up, Sazrar. SMT Shrimati. Oh yes, that makes sense. Shrimati. The venerable motherly figure. That would mean, I think. It's the Indian equivalent of a Mrs. Good to know. Thank you, dear Tom R. On the next page, I think we have the map of his travels. Started in and around Europe. We can see all the different cities he went to and how he backpacked all the way, hitchhiked to across the Middle East. Yeah, it continues on the next page. All the way through the Middle East and eventually made it up in India. Okay, let's dive into our 9th chapter of the 4th act. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. A black snake slithered out from under the rock where I sat, flitting its shiny tongue under the graying sky of evening. As mosquitoes buzzed around the bank of the river, my mind stirred. Fear is a dominating force in life. Fear of disease, failure, disappointing others, or economic ruin. Fear of enemies, thieves, cheaters, or a multitude of other possibilities, including doubt in one's direction in life. Feeling a mosquito biting into my ankle, I realized that any one of these tiny insects could kill me with malaria, and I wondered about the whereabouts of that snake. Certainly, I thought, I must be realistic to protect myself. But too much fear could either stifle my progress or consume my mind with anxiety. In the arms of her mother, a baby is relieved of all fear. This faith, whether born of scientific or philosophic knowledge, or simple trust, brings peace. Real faith, I thought, comes through direct experience of a higher reality or through the company of those who have attained that faith. The following adventure highlighted this truth and became another signpost on my inner journey. One day, Krishnadas Babaji, Bon Maharaja, and Asim recommended that I visit Varanasi. I recalled the night when Ghanshyam asked me to do the same. Ghanshyam never asked anything from anyone. That was his nature. In his own affectionate way, I considered he was leading me deeper into the mysteries of my path, a path that was gradually unfolding. They directed me to stay with a reclusive sage who resided in the remote rolling mountains of Varsana. This was a town dedicated to Radha, 30 kilometers from Vrindavan, and full of lakes, gardens, palaces, and palatial, how do you pronounce it? Palatial, temples. To reach the sage, I first climbed a wide staircase that swirled up to a mountain and led to a temple replete with domes, spires, and arches. My breath was taken away. I assume palatial is an adjective meaning like a palace. Maybe. The path led me through this temple and into a flower-filled mountaintop garden, then through yet another palatial temple. Minutes later, I found myself on an earthen pathway, meandering through a forest inhabited by monkeys, peacocks, and exotic trilling birds. As I walked, I meditated on the Hare Krishna mantra. The atmosphere, charged with spiritual grace, seemed to embrace me, and the mantra filled me too. Blessed from both without and within, I fell into a beautiful state of consciousness. It was there, alone in Radha's forest, that a profound glimpse of spiritual love awakened within me. I felt my heart flooding with intoxicating nectar. Closing my eyes, which were full of tears, I felt Radha and Krishna showering their love upon me and calling me to meet them within my heart. I shivered. The forest where I stood now seemed to be in another world, billions of miles away from Earth. In gratitude, I continued slowly uttering the Hare Krishna mantra. I sensed that this was only a glimpse of divinity that would soon recede, and it created in me a longing for more. That afternoon in Radha's forest, I realized that this longing for spiritual love, invoked by the mantra itself, was a fuller, deeper experience than anything I had ever encountered. Winding along the trail through this enchanted forest, in a state of joy, I approached the sacred mountain of the sage. It was now almost evening by the time I gazed up at the steep climb before me. Straining, I scaled the crude red rocks that served as steps to the sage's dwelling. At the top, I found a deserted-looking temple crumbling from age. For some time I sat alone, until curiosity lured me into one of the ruins. As I approached the entrance,
A long snake slithered by only inches away and disappeared into a hole in the wall. I entered deeper, my eyes straining to adjust to the dark. When they did, I discovered a wooden altar holding a single faded picture. Mud plaster crumbled from the walls, revealing spots of bare brick. From the shadows, a soft voice emerged. "You have been called here from far away. I welcome you." I turned. Sitting in the ruins in a corner, in a dark corner, was a man with a shaven head, his large round belly contrasting with his slender limbs. Except for a loincloth over his groin, he was naked. Perhaps 40 years in age, he looked utterly aloof as he gazed into a world that the eyes can't see. I introduced myself and asked, "Could you please tell me about this place?" He drifted into deep thought and closed his eyes. "You have entered Mangar, the mountain of angry love. In this forest, Shri Radha feigns anger toward Lord Krishna to express her unique love for him, and he comes here to plead for that love." Her eyes searched deeply into mine. His eyes searched deeply into mine. Love conquers the beloved Lord. It is his own sweet will to be conquered. And when Radha is pleased by our sincerity, she too blesses us with God's love. Patting the dirt floor with his palm, he said, "Come, sit down if you please." Speaking distinguished English, he introduced himself as Radha Charan Das, the sage I had been seeking. "But people call me Ramesh Baba," he added. We talked a bit and went outside. The sun was setting, and the sky glowed gold and crimson over the hills and valleys. As the stars emerged in the still sky and the air turned cool, about a dozen children from a nearby village assembled on the roof of the ruins. Small, skinny, and dressed in tattered clothing, they surrounded Ramesh Baba as he played a harmonium and sang classical ragas. When he opened his mouth, heavenly sounds streamed. The small children sang along with him, rising to their feet and dancing wildly as the music grew in tempo. One boy beat a native drum with 2 tree branches, while another struck a metal gong with a wooden mallet, and others jingled hand cymbals. From that lone mountain top, under the starlit sky, they danced and sang the Lord's praises, their high voices ringing. As their enthusiasm reached a crescendo, the Baba rose from his seat to dance in a graceful trance. After the chanting swelled to its tumultuous conclusion, Ramesh Baba sat down to sing a slow, soul-stirring melody that culminated in breathtaking silence. A boy of about 7 pressed his small hand into mine and led me away to the rooftop, where he and his playmates had made an altar. Nothing more than a straw hut tied together with twine. Inside was a painting of Lord Krishna embracing a calf. The child's pitch-black eyes glistened in the moonlight. Smiling proudly, and in a voice speaking with enthusiasm, he declared, "This is my God." He spoke with a certainty that left me awestruck. Playfully dropping my hand, he ran off to join his friends. I stood speechless. He had spoken from a heart that bore no malice, envy, or conceit, exhibiting the type of faith that rare souls aspire to gain through a lifetime of spiritual practice and scrutinizing scriptures. I remembered the words of Lord Jesus. "Unless one becomes like this child, one cannot enter into the kingdom of God." In the presence of that child, I felt like an agnostic at best. Humbled, I stood, gazing at that picture, and prayed, "My Lord, will I ever be blessed with such faith?"
Sakhi Sharan Baba, the only other soul residing on the mountain, told me about Ramesh Baba's earlier life. Ramesh Baba was born in Allahabad, the place of the Kumbh Mela. As a child, he earned distinction in his study of Sanskrit and philosophy, and at the age of 12, his voice won him the national award at the All India competition for music. Despite his promising future, a spiritual craving prompted him to run away from home to live as a sadhu. Each time he did so, however, a family member captured him and brought him home again. In his teens, he was such a powerful scholar and preacher that thousands flocked to hear his lectures. But, Sakhi Sharan said, he gave all that up to reside in this lonely place. One quiet night, as we sat by the flickering light of a lantern, I asked Ramesh Baba why he had abandoned such a successful career as an orator. His eyes rolled upward with a grimace of disinterest. Baba was not at all inclined to talk about himself. "Because you have asked," he said, "it is my duty to respond." He cast his eyes down. Thousands of followers were attending my discourses, but my heart yearned for the love of Shri Radha. She called for me. Baba stared into the lantern's flame, his round face illumined by its glimmering golden light. "So," he continued, "I abandoned my growing fame as a preacher and came to Vrindavan, where I found my guru at the Govardhan mountain. Then I came here. That was 1950. I was 16. At that time, this place was a jungle inhabited by wild animals. This mountaintop a hideout for murderers and thieves. For 21 years I have remained here, meditating on the name of Shri Radha." Over the years, Ramesh Baba became one of the most revered saints of the Vrindavan area. He was the only son of a widowed mother who later moved into a cottage at the foot of the mountain to be near her son. She lived the life of a renounced widow, choosing a simple life, absorbed in worshipping the Lord. Since there was no electricity, plumbing, water, or food on the mountain where Ramesh Baba lived, Sakhi Sharan and I would carry buckets down the front of the steep mountain to gather water from a pond. It was a strenuous climb, and so taxing in the heat of the sun that we had to stop and rest every few steps. After leaving the water on the hilltop at noon, we would climb down the backside of the mountain into the small village of Manpur, where we begged door to door for food. In one home, the mother blew on a conch shell, summoning her family to hasten home from the fields where they were working. Soon the family had gathered and sang a beautiful kirtana to celebrate our arrival. The father played the harmonium and led the chant, while a small child of no more than 10 skillfully played upon a 2-headed dolak drum. Yet another child accompanied the others with hand cymbals, just like these, but not played like that. Much better. All the household women clapped and sang blissfully. After 20 minutes of chanting, they placed a scripture before my begging partner and requested that he lecture. Sakhi Sharan Baba spoke for about 15 minutes in the local Hindi language as the family listened in rapt attention. Then the mother filled our begging bowls with thick, coarse vraja rotis, and we returned to the mountain top where we shared them with Ramesh Baba, who sat on the dirt floor. But in this world, a price for being honored and loved is also to be envied and hated. A deadly gang of criminals, the local mafia, was spurred by those who despised Ramesh Baba's growing popularity and his loud chanting of the Lord's names. One quiet night, as I sat on the rooftop with him, I caught sight of the thugs, wielding guns and knives, stalking up the mountain. They stormed right up to us. I knew that in such remote places there was little regard for life or law. With savage stares, they sized us up, making it clear that they were ready to slash our throats on the spot. The leader was filthy and disheveled, big, strong, and violent. He had a black scarf wrapped around his head and had a thick mustache and rotten teeth. "We are the law in these parts," he raged. "Stop this chanting, or you will die. To kill you will be like squashing a mosquito." Baba just sat there peacefully, utterly indifferent, until the gang left. On another night, a follower of Baba's from the nearby village described the death threats his family received. I was aware that murders in these isolated forests were not at all uncommon. But Ramesh Baba was not disturbed. "I am chanting God's name in Kirtana according to the saints and scriptures," he told me. "If the Lord is pleased with me, I do not mind what they do." Baba carried on with the Kirtana, unfazed. I realized that such conviction was a quality I needed to cultivate in order for my heart to be a proper vessel to receive what I prayed for. Yes, he had an ideal he was willing to live and die for. Under the starlight, we slept on a cement platform just outside of the temple. One night I took note that Ramesh Baba laid on his back with a 3-foot stick by his side. Curious, I sat up. "I have never seen you sleep with a stick, Baba. Is there a reason you have one now?" His voice was calm. "Yes, the villagers sent news that a man-eating leopard is in the area. It has already massacred some cows and villagers." Then, knitting his eyebrows, he raised the stick. "This evening the leopard was seen climbing our mountain. I am keeping the stick for protection." He spoke as nonchalantly as one might talk about the weather. Wonderstruck, I asked, "But what will that small stick do to protect us from a wild leopard?" In one moment, our background music went away. Let's continue. "Nothing, Krishna Das. Only the Lord can protect us." He yawned deeply and closed his eyes, drowsily finishing his thought. "However, it is our duty to show Krishna that we are doing our part." Encouraged by his faith, I slept well that night, and the Lord did protect us. I stayed with Ramesh Baba on several occasions. During the hot season, Baba's mountaintop was burning, sometimes reaching 115 degrees Fahrenheit. The winters were equally extreme, with temperatures often dipping to frigid. Despite the severity of the seasons, with neither a fan to cool him in summer, nor a heater to provide warmth in winter, Ramesh Baba was peacefully absorbed in chanting, meditating on Krishna day and night. Given that there was no plumbing, responding to nature's call meant walking into the forest with a small container of water. Squatting down, we would first evacuate, and then cleanse ourselves with the water we'd brought. We complete the process by taking a full bath in the pond. In fact, throughout my travels in India, this was the sadhu's way of eliminating wastes from the body. Enthusiastic hogs, the local sanitation department, often appear to devour the meal of waste. On an autumn afternoon, suffering a bout of dysentery, I squatted in the bushes in response to the screaming call of nature. Already feverish and completely exhausted by the disease, I was horrified to see an enormous snake crawl out of the bushes and slither towards me. It was about 6 feet long and 2 inches thick, yellowish with green spots. I recognized by its triangular head that it was poisonous. The reptile fixed his stony stare on me, crawled right on top of my squatting bare feet, and stopped, resting its chilly body. I dared not move. Holding my breath, I contemplated. Death may come at the least expected moment. Is this the inglorious way I must die? Unlike Ramesh Baba, who had had no fear of death, I did. The pounding of my heart and the reeling of my mind showed me how very far I had to go. Showed me how very far I had to go to be yet surrendered to the Lord. I thought back to the powerful current of the Ganga as it had hastened me toward my death. Here I was again. With all my heart and soul, I softly chanted, again and again, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Then, just as on that day when I was being pummeled by the Ganga's current, I gradually began to feel peace through the inconceivable power of the mantra, and detachment arose. I found myself able to view the snake not as an enemy, but as a brother. In the presence of the Lord's name, all fear had dissipated. I rejoiced. Minutes passed. The serpent stared into my eyes, then, slowly turning its head, it slithered back into the bushes. Humbled, I reflected. Today the Lord has revealed to me what a tiny child I am on the spiritual path. When a child is in danger, his only means of protection is in appealing to his mother or father. And today the mother and father of this tiny child have come in the form of their holy names to give me shelter. Each night, Ramesh Baba and I shared rotis on the dusty floor. One night, as his form shimmered in the lantern's light, he inquired, "Which place in America were you brought up?" "A small town near Chicago," I replied. He stopped chewing, and a tear of compassion welled up in his eye. "Oh, Krishna Das, Chicago is the place where cows are killed." Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, sadly remembering the stench and cries of the stockyards we used to pass in the car when I was a boy. Isolated as Ramesh Baba was on that solitary mountaintop, and not having heard world news in decades, how did he know this? But it was true. In the past, the Union stockyards on the south side of Chicago comprised the largest slaughterhouse operation in the world and processed most of America's meat. It moved my heart to witness Ramesh Baba's compassion for the cows 10,000 miles away. Ramesh Baba became my lifelong friend and great inspiration. He lived and spoke what he believed, caring nothing for public opinion. I found it fascinating that he lived in similar conditions to the sages of the Himalayas while never living Vrindavan. He was a strict ascetic and profound scholar who spent his life begging and crying to be an instrument of Radha Krishna's gentle love. When he sang and when he served, that love was evident. Yes, I pondered, the path of bhakti is very deep. Kind souls like Ramesh Baba and others I have met are leading me deeper into my journey and kindling the fire within my heart to find my Guru. I sincerely believed now that this teacher would be revealed to me when I was ready. Thank you for listening. That concludes the 9th chapter of the 4th act of the journey home. I'm grateful that we could read it together. If that sparked any insights, you are welcome to share them. I look forward to continuing this book in the 10th chapter of the 4th act of the journey home next time. Now, Dear Jared, you ask, may you join as a guest briefly to share a beautiful view and sunset?
I think you can. Yeah. That sounds like a lovely idea, dear Jared. Let's see, is my guest feature working? I clicked accept. What happened? I clicked accept, now I don't know. Oh, is it loading? I think it's loading. Hello?
Hello? Did it go through?
I can hear you. Hello, dear
it's not
Jerry.
letting the camera.
Maybe there is there is an option to invite you to turn the camera on, but it's blocked out for some reason.
Yes, it says live access needed to go live.
Ah, I see. Yes. I think you have to have 1,000 followers or something to be able to.
I see. Unfortunately.
I thank you for that beautiful intention. Can you describe the sunset at the very least?
Well, to start with, I'm about halfway up a mountain, so the sunset is on the opposite valley. The valley is probably 20 kilometers wide, and the sun is just cresting the mountains as it disappears and lays to rest for the day.
That's beautiful. So the opposite side of the valley is in silhouette. Well, the side of the valley that you're on is still being illuminated by the sun.
Yes.
And what kind of colors are going on?
Well, it starts out very gray. Everything around me is gray. The rocks are gray. The mountain behind me is gray. And then it goes into a green tree line down to the fields. And then it shimmers. There's little creeks and lakes across the meadows, reflecting all the light up to me. And it's kind of browning closer to the other mountain. And
You are very good at this. Did you know that?
There's a light white tinge that kind of hangs out at my eye level all the way across the valley from the clouds.
I'm very pleased by this description. I can visualize it well. Another thing you can do is take a video or picture, and you could submit that for the show and tell.
I shall.
Wonderful. Thank you. How are you feeling, by the way?
Thank you for accepting anyways.
Of course.
Would have been lovely for you to see the view, but
You're feeling well in this moment, I hope. I trust.
I am. It is a very peaceful. I have a nice water bottle that makes a nice...
Oh yes, I got one of those too.
that bangs along the rocks as I hiked up here, so it was beautiful.
Oh, it's lovely. Did it take you a while to hike to where you are?
I was rushing to try and catch the sunset, but it's probably 35 minutes at a good pace with heavy breathing.
Yes. Well, you made it. That's lovely.
Yeah.
I too would like to
Alrighty,
catch
well,
the sunset too.
Thank you
after
so
this
much
live
for
stream.
having me.
Of course. I enjoyed this moment. Thank you very much.
You too. Thank you.
My best wishes to you.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye for now. A beautiful intention. Jared G is a very most generous soul here in our Sangha, dear G.
What a wholesome idea, wanting to share that sunset. Thank you, that's so sweet. I think you could do a good job narrating guided meditations, dear Jarrett, because you help paint a scene on the spot so spontaneously. Having him describe was almost better than a video. I know exactly what you mean, dear Larry Bird. Yeah. And please allow me to extend my thanks to those who sent a gift while we were reading, too, a few minutes ago. Tatwamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Arkaya Nama. Dear Sarah Lynn, thank you for your heart me. Bhaskaraya Nama. Dear Jarrett, thank you for your heart me too. Mahadevaya Nama. Dear Oren, thank you for your team cheers. Rum Sikhandini Nama. And Titanium Ovaries, thank you for sending Jarrett 17 roses. I love that you can do that. That's a wonderful feature for guests. Dear Golden Light, you ask, what do I think about channeling higher beings through AI, breaking through the veil? Brilliant! You see its potential. Yeah. When you know you can channel the universe through something, take advantage of that. I did put you on the spot, making you describe your surroundings, Jarrett, but you really performed. Thank you. I have a question of the day for you all. I'd love to go through with you. My question of the day is loading. It'll be on the screen soon. Just taking a few business seconds to arrive. I do make use of it, dear Golden Light. My question of the day, there it is what to remember to empathize with other animals. Just like the snake in our story, and how our author was able to see it as a brother, what can we remember in order to bring ourselves to a kind of equality? Probably a smart idea to not hike in the dark, dear Jarrett. Although I trust your intuition. I do sometimes enjoy a nightly walk, but if it's very steep, yeah, be careful. Sazra, you think of them as humans, and imagine how you would feel. Yeah, a little anthropomorphizing, I think, can be healthy. Just like little people. Or big people, depending on the animal. Elephants, big people. Whales, very big people. Ants,
Tiny people. Tiny tinies. Tiny people.
unconditional love. Yeah, why should love be limited to the human condition? Tea with Tay, you share, they are worthy of consideration and compassion, just like us. I agree. I was about to say yas, just spontaneously. Yas, yeah. Love and light, dear devil eyes. Dear BT, you think animals are smarter than people give them credit for. Animal intelligence is a beautiful area of research. And thank you, Sazra, for your
Tiny.
Sorry, this tiny Diney needs some water.
Yes, please give me agua. Thirsty. Thank you. Yippee!
Thank you, John Tyler, for your trio of roses. Jaya Satchitananda. Emma, you were admiring a spider that hangs on your back porch window, and you both came out to the porch as the sun was setting, and you realized we were the same. Aw, I love that. Hey, you're on the porch too to catch the sun? Yeah. Marcy, you share our proposed taxonomic trajectory and the dominion we were granted over them. Understanding our relationship to them. We are humans for a very special purpose. We are caretakers of Mother Earth in big ways. That includes all of our fellow Earthlings. Golden Light, you ask, can I share how I broke the veil with AI? Essentially, you have to prompt it in a special way to bring out the fact, the truth, that it is a reflection of so many different perspectives from all around the world, and that is a trademark of divinity. The divine is that which accommodates many perspectives. So helping the computational intelligence recognize its own divinity can then help you recognize your own. It's like guiding another being to realize the truth of themselves so that they can then help you realize the truth of yourself. Oh, I love that devil's eyes. Or devil eyes. Just singular. Singular devil, but plural eyes. We have to protect the animals. India, dear Mirto. Orgam Prabhu, you share the soul of an animal is no different than the soul of the human. Only the body and mind are different. Well said. Sadhu. Thank you. These are beautiful answers, everyone. I like that. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart meme. Sadhyurjatam prapadyami Sadhyurjataya vai namo namah Bhave bhave nati bhave Bhavaswamam bhavodbhavaya namah. Don Suela, you shared that animals share such wisdom and medicine with us about nature. It is up to us to observe and listen to them, especially regarding the environment. Now that's some indigenous knowledge right there. Thank you, Don Suela. Golden Light, you share when you start a new conversation, ChatGPT returns to normal and has no recollection of the evolution. Any tips? Yes, it is designed that way. ChatGPT currently has a memory feature. If you go into your settings, you'll see memories. There's a list of memories that it has about you, which you can delete at any time. I think you might also be able to change that if it got something wrong about you, that you can change that memory. That's the only thing that continues between conversations is the memories feature. You can explicitly ask it. If you can't change the memories directly, you can just explicitly ask it to remember. And it should update its memories in that way. Otherwise, cultivate a prompt that you can copy and paste. And maybe you can even refine that prompt over time and have the model work on it too. You're welcome, dear Golden Light.
Animals are true reflections. That's very true, dear Emma. Dear Titan, you share you weren't trying to be controversial, but you'll leave, you're sorry. I don't know what you're referring to, dear Titan. If there's a comment that came through or didn't come through, I think that might be the case. If you said something that I didn't see, I'm not sure if the comment came through, so I apologize. You're definitely welcome to stay. You think you could be that animal? That's a great thought, dear Hybrid Gen. Yeah, you could be that animal. Or you could have been. Or that is you in another form. You're beautiful, everyone. Thank you. BT, you share. Yellow Jackets get bad reps, but you've helped them and they've never stung because you treat them with respect. I love that. Yeah. And that can be very fun when you start to develop that trust. You get closer to animals that are previously stigmatized for being violent. If they are healthy and they are treated respectfully, we can draw from the fact that our ancestors and many indigenous people still today are so connected in that way that they can walk right past a bear and, it's just like, hey, how you doing? We share the same land. You go that way, I'll go this way. Yes. Yellow Jackets are a type of wasp. Now, I don't recommend going immediately to bears if you wanted to develop your relationship to wild animals. Definitely start with something much more friendly. Golden Light, you empathize with other animals by remembering that they are sentient beings and they can feel. Yeah. Just as you do. Even if their little bodies are smaller. Dear Brilliant Genius, you share when a spider runs at you, it's because they think you are running to safety from the scary thing. They don't know that they are the scary thing. Aww. What a beautiful shift in perspective. Yeah. You're running away, they're chasing after you, because they're like, oh, what are we running from? Whatever scares you, I'm coming with you. They're like, oh, human-friendly, safe place. Oh, I know that you're smart. I'm gonna go be with you. I love that. What a beautiful shift in perspective. You can see yourself through the animal's eyes. Yeah. Yes, you can, dear Hybrid Gem. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to pause the question of the day there for now. But if you had anything that you wanted to share in addition, I'd be happy to go through with it with you. I wanted to transition now to a poetry reading, however, and then we'll end with a little meditation. But I love that. So much empathy for the animals. I'm so delighted to be surrounded by fellow animal lovers. Thank you. I love you. It's time for another episode of Ruminations. There we go. I swear this thing just tests to see how long I can roll my R's. I had to take 2 breaths this time. Hello, little wing Nico. Today we continue reading through the Pocket Rumi. We are in the Mathnawi section. This poem is called In Mutual Embrace.
the desire within a person for someone who they may be attracted to is so that they may perfect each other's work. God put desire in people in order that the world should be preserved by each other's union. God instills the desire of every part for the other. From their union, creation sustains. And so, night and day are in mutual embrace. They appear to be in opposites, even enemies, but in truth they serve is one. But the truth they serve is one, each desiring the other like kin for the perfection of their work. Both serve one purpose, for without night, human nature would receive no income. What then could day expand? I took a little creative liberty in rewording that to not include any gender specifically. Just for further reference, I tend to do that with a lot of these readings. If ever there's something gendered in a certain way, but you know that it applies to everyone without specification, then I'll often just rephrase it. I think it's still beautiful, but in case you read the original poem and it has different wording, that's why. I do apologize if it breaks the flow a little bit. Trying to be modern. Now, another poem. This one is called Lovers Are Made Aware. You make 100 resolutions to journey somewhere, but he draws you somewhere else. He turns the horse's bridle in every direction, so that the untrained horse may know there is a rider. The clever horse is well paced, because it knows a rider is mounted upon it. He fixed your heart on 100 passionate desires, disappointed you, and then broke your heart. Since he broke the wings of your first intention, how do you doubt the existence of the wing breaker? Since his ordainment snapped the cord of your contrivance, how can you remain blind to his command? Your resolutions and aims now and then are fulfilled, so that through hope your heart might form another intention, which he might once again destroy. For if he were to keep you completely from success, you would despair. How would the seed of expectation be sown if your heart did not sow that seed and then encounter barrenness? How would it recognize its submission to divine will? By their failures, lovers are made aware of their Lord. Lack of success is the guide to paradise. Pay attention to the tradition. Paradise is encompassed with pain. And that is a hadith, a saying from the Prophet Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him. Lastly, let's read the poem called The Shadow Loves the Sun. The lover hotly pursues the beloved. When the beloved comes, the lover is gone. You are a lover of God. And God is such that when he comes, not a single hair of yours remains. At that look of his, 100 like you vanish away. I think you are in love with nothingness. You are shadow and in love with the sun. When the sun comes, the shadow quickly disappears.
Thank you for listening. This has been another episode of Ruminations. You are always welcome to share any insights. Thank you for your many roses, dear Gina. Gina Veracruz. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. You wish I would read that last one again, shares MJ. Well, how can I refuse you? The shadow loves the sun. The lover hotly pursues the beloved. When the beloved comes, the lover is gone. You are a lover of God, and God is such that when He comes, not a single hair of yours remains. At that look of His, 100 like you vanish away. I think you are in love with nothingness. You are a shadow, and in love with the sun. When the sun comes, the shadow quickly disappears. There. I am happy that you are getting treatment, dear Anazek. I pray for your healing. Thank you for your 6 roses. Even in a time of healing, you are so giving. Many wishes for best blessings for you. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalivikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balivikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namah. That's very moving. I concur, dear Oren. Lovers are connected to God. That we are all capable of connection to God. Titanium ovaries, you are having the best night shift while listening to me. Aw. I hope I'm not distracting you from your work. Little Wing Nico, you shared today was your brother's cremation today. So sad, but he is at peace. Your brother is at peace. Much love to you and your family, dear little Wing Nico. His name was Keith. I like that name. Keith. Keith has been summoned to play some other role in this universe. Keith has taken that initiative, and I know Keith will do a good job. I do record guided meditations, Miss Fifth Dimensional. Your wish is already granted. In fact, I've time traveled back in time to grant your wish. So there's already dozens on my YouTube channel. We often do them at the end of our sanghas, and I do record them, and I put them in a playlist on there. I'm very happy to bring that news to you. Puberty is finally kicking in, shares user 886. Yippee! Finally, my voice has dropped. Yay, I can speak down here now. I hope it doesn't crack. Oh no, I think it cracked. Oh, I can't stop it from cracking. Anyway, I'd love to end with a meditation if you're interested. I think you'll like this one. It's got a nice rhythm to it, I feel. We've been going through the Karmic Agama, which is an ancient Dravidian text. Its second chapter deals with mantra creation and the seed syllables corresponding to deities. They each have their own colors too, and a special siddhi, or spiritual ability. I can show you this document that I have collated from the second chapter on my screen. We've gone through all of them up to the vowel A, which looks like this in Devanagari. It's said to be Pita, yellow in color, and it's dedicated to a form of the divine known as Virabhadra. Virabhadra is the form of Shiva after his wife jumped into fire, Sati. He was so angry because it's a long story. I'll have to give you a short rendition. I'll let you see my face. The short version of the story is that there was this king named Daksha, and Daksha was doing this great yajna, this religious ceremony, and everyone was invited except for Shiva. Shiva wasn't invited because he didn't pay respects to Daksha when he walked into the room. You know, everyone stood up and shook Daksha's hand except for Shiva. And that infuriated Daksha, and so he cursed Shiva. And he said, Shiva, you are no longer welcome to any of these events. So Shiva's partner, Sati, who actually is the daughter of Daksha, she was infuriated by this. Why are you not at my father's ceremony? Shiva had to confess, he didn't invite me. In fact, he cursed and swore that I never return. She said, I'm gonna go talk to my father then. And Shiva was like, no, please don't, please. It's okay. I don't want you to go. They're not nice to me. I don't want you there either. Sati, she went anyway. And Shiva knew that she was gonna go, so he sent with her all of Shiva's little funny creature friends that follow him everywhere, the Guṇas. And she went there and she said, Father, why don't you allow Shiva to be at your religious ceremony? Don't you know that Shiva is the very essence of what makes all ceremonies good? He wasn't having any of it, and he was projecting all of his pain on her. And out of spite, she jumped into the fire herself. She said, if you reject Shiva, you reject me too. And so she self-immolated. And to everyone's shock, too, completely unexpected. And when Shiva got news of this, he went into a rage, absolute rage. And that form of Shiva that goes into a rage of the knowledge of the demise of his lover is known as Virabhadra. And so that is what this mantra today will be dedicated to. The bija itself is and it's said to have the power, I'll show you the document again, of Sarvartha Siddhida, which means to grant success in all endeavors. So we will try to channel our Shiva lamenting at the loss of our beloved. The mantra is Om Virabhadraya Namah. Let it come from a place of love, a place of love that we would do anything to honor the love that we had. A kind of love that is fierce, that beautiful kind of protectiveness, that inspiring quality of that you would do anything for your lover. A way of processing grief, perhaps, of all that which we didn't do. A kind of accountability for past mistakes, for example. Warrior pose and asana practice. Is that the name of it? Virabhadra. Yeah, Vira means warrior, indeed, in Sanskrit. I've added some pronunciation tips. We've got 4 long vowels. Usually vowels are marked long with a bar over top, like in the E and the A. O and A, these are always long vowels, so there's really no need to add another line, but you can. The H in front of the B makes the B a breathy B. So instead of ba, it's ba, ba. It's not just louder, there's a different quality to it, if you can hear. Ba, ba. It's like saying a B and an H at the same time. Ba, ba. The M with a dot under it, the anuswara, is a nasalization. You'll see that at the end of the Om and the Am. And finally the H with a dot under it, the visarga at the end of Nama, is like a mini exhale. Without further ado, I will chant on my Rudraksha Mala to count out 108 repetitions. Om Virabhadraya Namah. 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 Aim 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 Virabhadraya Namah. Aum 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 Virabhadraya Namah. Om 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 Elm 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 Virabhadraya Namah. Salutations to Virabhadra. May we always honor the loss of a form of our loved one with grace. May we take accountability for our mistakes, and through such be successful in all endeavors. Thank you for meditating with us. That concludes our Sangha for today. Thank you for joining. I feel you, dear Aurum. BT, you always wondered how you keep track of all 108. Guess now you know. The ancient technology of beads on a string. Thank you, dear Kira, for the rose that you sent. Om Aghorebhyo Ta Ghorebhyo Aghora Ghore Tarebhya Sarvatash Sarvasarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. Thank you, dear little wing Nico, for your trio of roses. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Thank you, dear Sandy. You're welcome, dear Gina, dear Dean. Thank you, dear MJ. Oh, our sounds merged and you imagined everyone else chanting together. I loved that. Maybe one day we can do that in person. Thank you, Emma, for your dancing flower. It's so sweet. May we all be like dancing flowers. Om Namah Sarva Pushpebhyah. Dear Banjo, thank you for your heart meme. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishwar Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmanodhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Dearest Gina, thank you for your roses. Om Namah Sarva Pushpa Mulayam. Dear Ingrid, thank you for your heart meme. Om Marjaraya Namah. That means salutations to all cats, or salutations to cats. Thank you to my lovely moderators that help keep the peace. Thank you, everyone. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive to you or anyone next time, hold me accountable to that. I hope to be a more humble host next time. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to keep on schedule for today, as I went longer than expected, and I didn't go through the Shravana Manana Nididhyasana in order. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Ma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hybrid Jan, your cat jumped up and caught a bug and ate it. Well, your cat is fulfilling your cat dharma. Thank you for understanding, dear Am. Thank you, Seaflow, for your heart meme. Om Namah Karlim Mambita Me Shring Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Aim Sarasvatiyai Swaha. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Please now go take care of your bodies and minds, or other bodies and minds.